We are very nearly ready to go with our first 2 lobbies of the day. 2 out of 8 to be played. If you've been following us through Friday and Saturday, you will be familiar with the format. This is the top 2 teams from both Friday and Saturday, running it all back yet again with 8 lobbies with the same point system, except this time that whole $10,000 prize pool is on the line. And I was not lying when I said we were ready to go, Collins, because here we are, and we are straight in to the winner's POV from yesterday. We are joining RDU on his hero choices. What do you make of his options here?
Yeah, he's not as Bob isn't being as nice today. It's the first thing to see. A lot of subpar choices. I think he's going to go with the Deathwing, especially with mechs and beasts in the lobby. He will be able to just force Death Rattle composition or use the micro machines to get an advantage there.
Yeah, and I think you could see actually straight away a little shake of the head, not too happy about what he was dealt there on the first choice. None of those real top tier heroes. But as you said, you can see at the top there, Dragons and Pirates being the 2 tribes banned out here, meaning that, as Colin said, both mechs and beasts available for the Deathwing, which is exactly what he wants to see. Habugabu, though, finds himself on Jandis, and for Jandis, having Murlocs available in the lobby here, I think, is the biggest deal.
Yeah, he's also fighting his teammate in the first round, so they've been having that a lot.
They have.
Yeah. I wonder how he's going to do it. Probably buy something, just holds in his hand, probably gets the refresh. We'll see what goes from there.
One of the last times this happened, Habugabu did take kind of the free roll on the demon comp, right? Because he knew he wasn't going to take damage early on, but that was with other demons in the shop, I believe. So he is just going to take the refreshing anomaly here instead.
Yeah, looking at all the heroes, it looks like Silvername got the worst end of the stick here for this first round, having to play with the Sindragosa. We saw it in the other lobbies. It did perform okay. It wasn't dominant enough to win, so we'll see if he can make it work here.
And that is Budilicious on the Omu, who was not able to find an economy minion on turn 1, which makes Omu's curve a little bit more difficult. But Sindragosa does have a nice freeze here. Silvername has the Divine Shield minion frozen in the shop and a token staff, which I would say is about as powerful as you can get as an opening for Sindragosa.
Yeah, he considering he got a pretty bad hero, I think this is probably the best outcome, getting that Divine Shield minion and the token start. So he shouldn't be too scared just in the early game for sure. Oh,
and Rafam has the free dealt triple coming out here from Bob. Rafam, one of the characters that can really take advantage of this, since you do spend so many turns on Tavern 1 anyway. There's no real disadvantage to freezing those early triples.
Yeah, he's going to have a big lead once he hits that triple. We'll see when he wants to do it. Most people at this stage of the game will be getting a 3-drop, but there are some plays where you can greed a little bit and go for a higher tier minion.
That's right. See what fills in the gap here. Okay, not a great third minion to be able to pick up here. It's slightly irritating at this point because you can end up floating gold with the way curves sometimes work here. This is the turn where Rafam would usually have 1 turn to roll to look for a premium minion to buy, but obviously Oliech is kind of locked into the shop that he has right now.
It's not too bad, even though he doesn't get to roll. At least he's getting that guaranteed triple eventually. Yep. So he's not going to be too sad that he's wasting a gold here. He does still get the triple. Hopefully it works out for him. Interesting.
Whoa, XQN full griefing here. The cell play going up against the Rafam, fully shutting this down. I was talking about this with Gia yesterday, that when you play a one-off lobby on ladder, griefing certain opponents like Rafam or Rag or whatever it is, it's not really that important because you're just playing that one lobby, right? And you'd rather just focus on your chances of winning over anyone else's chances of losing. But when you're playing a league system, I think it has a little bit more merit to it.
Yeah, he went for the grief, went for the level here, hoping to hit something. Unfortunate, this is one of the big punishes of leveling this early. One of the reasons why I think can be super scary, does not like his rolls, is so sad about his rolls. I actually like this play to salvage the play he did last turn, because if he was to pick up these minions, hero power, and try to go from there, he's definitely not going to have any direction to go on, not going to be strong enough. So he has to just say, I'm going to take as much damage as possible. I have to find a good mech. I have to find a beast. There's a lot of good things on 4 he can pick up here.
Budilicious cannot believe his eyes as he gets the absolute free win here against his opponent. Although actually, I guess he would with the way it's laid out, because this is actually his partner. So this was a deliberate ploy between the two of them. You see the bomb being held in hand from Budilicious to be able to reduce some of the damage that he's pushing to the opponent.
Yeah, knowing that he's going to fight his opponent also makes this play even stronger, knowing that you can avoid a lot of damage, and that is the role he was looking for this turn. He would have loved to have hit that egg and been able to hero power and salvage it, but still a really good play from him, a really good role from him.
Yeah, his board is actually now not even that bad for a 7 gold turn. He has a 5/5 and a 4/5, which will likely over-contest the minions that his opponent has, and then obviously the amount of reborn value that he gets off this is pretty insane. Whether or not Daryl has gone for a small early dance here, he might actually still end up winning this fight even.
Yeah, this is when chat would be spamming 2-minion Andy and just seeing what's going on over here. We'll see if he'll be able to defeat this Daryl. This Daryl's looking fairly okay, probably strong enough to beat this opponent. He's considering buying the token just so he can dance next turn efficiently, but there are 2 tokens to choose from.
Yeah, the 5/5 Imprisoner here is a really big deal. The fact that he's got that buffed up from the Overseer just to be able to make sure the Infested Wolf on the other side is not going to pick up any value trades. That should probably secure the fight for AlexisDiesel here, meaning Lich King is going to be playing from behind in terms of health total at least.
Yeah, that's an interesting freeze here. It looks like he really wants that token, that extra token value so he can dance on it, dance on something that he rolls next turn. I don't think a lot of players would be freezing there, just looking to find better things to dance on, but decides that he just wants that consistent value of having an extra token instead.
Nice. Bad early attacks, I would say, there for the Lich King, but the tokens cleaned up very nicely by all focusing on the 2-star minion there to reduce as much damage as possible for XQN there at the end. And
you can see a lot of players are early leveling, trying to spike and get a really good value minion so that they can go from there. A lot of people realize that they need some type of a nutter role to win these lobbies, so they're not scared about taking a lot of early damage if they can hit something really powerful in the early to mid game.
Any interest in this Macaw, Collins? He has just picked up an egg this turn as well, and he certainly has the board space to be able to leverage it.
Yeah, I think the Macaw is definitely the pickup here. The only other thing you could look for is that Selfless, hoping that it hits the cleave so you could get 2 cleaves off cleanly. But I think this is a much safer play, especially for this turn, just to get 2 8/8s on the board.
I think, especially with a 0/5 on the board, right, that potentially just introduces a failure rate for the Selfless hero, where it'll end up giving you no value at all.
Oh, interesting. It's feeling really pressured, and the Macaw pickup encourages him to hero power the egg, saying, okay, I'm committing here. I feel weak. He actually wouldn't have been that weak against this opponent, but is saying, hey, I want to make sure that I'm not going to take any more extra damage. I'm going to use this egg to bridge the gap, maybe allow me to level early and find a real direction to win this lobby.
Yeah, it looks like these 16/16s are going to be able to get this job done very nicely indeed, even with the reborn egg on the other side. And actually, the egg itself has a chance of surviving here. Okay, that's a big attack going through from XQN just to be able to cut even more damage off the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he would have won this round even without the hero power. You can see it in his face. He's thinking, maybe I should have held it for a bit. But I think he's making the safe play, hoping to not die here. He has to buy 3 things or level here, deciding on how strong he feels. So I do think he might actually just level, considering that if he wants to buy 3 things here, he'll be buying Death Rattles most of the time. And he doesn't really want to clog the Death Rattle spot. So we might just see a quick level up to 5 here, even though he doesn't have a full board. Yep. All right, so he does decide that he doesn't actually want to clog his board, because with 9 gold, he doesn't have the opportunity to roll. He really does want to be strong. The egg and the hero power, that's the reason why he hero power last turn, to make sure that he has a consistent early game in case he has a situation like this where he doesn't like these rolls, but he wants to make sure that he's not going to take damage. It is turn 9. A lot of people will have full boards, so he does decide, hey, I don't want to clog the Death Rattles. I'm just going to level here. Seems to be a good play for him to salvage using the hero power in the last turn and making sure that he should be strong enough to survive this board.
Yeah, I like it too. You can see here it's just him and XQN that have been able to go to Tavern 5 this early. So this is just kind of the other way of playing Reno, where you do just golden a premium minion nice and early and just use that power to be able to get to Tavern 5 and pick up those real carry cards like the Bran or the Genie or whatever it's going to end up being. Just pick them up manually because you get there so much faster than your opponents.
Yeah, that first hit was really critical. If that Deflectobot hit the Macaw, he might have not had such an easy win here. It might have been a lot more difficult. But with him not losing the Macaw and getting that free egg, he does get a huge advantage and takes down the opponent.
See what he's going to hit here on Tavern 5, whether he's going to be immediately paid off for the greedy leveling. He has the opportunity here to pick up some just decent piles of stats just to fill out his board, but with the Macaw and Egg combination, he doesn't even necessarily need to fill his board immediately, especially with buying additional death rattles here.
What an insane roll, giving him a lot of direction here. If he wants to go for the juggler composition, he does have 2 Void Lords and a juggler pickup here. I thought the Void Lord pickup was interesting considering that it does clog the board, but he gets absolutely rewarded here, instantly getting a juggler and another copy, making him quite a strong opponent to deal with in this lobby.
Yeah, I like this push. I think it's a strong push to try and actually kill some people very quickly, right? He's got so strong so quickly that he might just be able to eliminate people's entire boards without really losing that much strength himself. So I think he's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, looking here at RDU's board, it looks like he's facilitating the mech composition. This is one of the reasons why you play Deathwing in these metas, right? You can really take advantage of those micro machines and the buffs that you get from the Divine Shield Deflectobots to have a really good turn. You saw he had a lot of options in the triple. He could have taken the Rag, but I don't think Rag works as smoothly as the Foe Reaper, and he also had the Noyo module on the board right there as well.
Yeah, looks pretty solid to me. Not every day you see a Replicating Menace just being used as an individual minion. It's just being used as the reset here for the Deflectobots, which is somewhat unusual to see. If he picks up the Annoy module here, do you think it's going on the reset or on the cleave here, Collins?
It's definitely going on the cleave. I think you just want to make sure that cleave will cleave as much as possible and just ruin some days. I do see a lot of... or at least for myself, I do see a lot of people picking up using micro machines as a standalone, at least in the early game when you're playing Deathwing, because by itself it does have really good value when you are... Ooh, what a lucky hit, by the way, there. When you are Deathwing, because you are going to get a 5-1 and then 3-3-1s.
Right. And unfortunately... Oh, okay, that's a rough attack for RDU. I was about to say... Unfortunately for Silvername on Syndragosa, his was not able to get any resets on his Deflectobots before it was going to cycle back around in the attack order to have them sack themselves. But RDU did the favor for him by sending 1 attack in. It looks like Budilicious in our first lobby of the day is going to be our first player eliminated on finals day, as he does bite the dust in 8th place here.
How did Daryl kill him? He took 16 damage. And looking at his board, that means that the 10-8 survived and the 1-7 survived as well. So really, probably a little bit unlucky for Budilicious to just take the max amount of damage to get perfect lethal there. Very surprising to see. What an unfortunate situation for him there.
Safety restrictions offline.
It looks like he's picking up the Foe Reaper too as well. The Foe Reaper can be really nice if he can find a Micro Machine or a Deflectobot, or a Noyo module. He can buff that up to Oblivion and just buff it and have a huge cleave, essentially with Divine Shield as well, and really carry him. Unfortunately, he's going to be against Deathwing, which will have a lot of death rattles and probably won't be as smooth as a battle in that mean.
Yeah, he does not really have a clean-looking board to be dealing with RDU's Deathwing right now. We did see him previously had a Annoy module frozen in the shop, so his would have got even stronger from the last time we saw it. And then, yeah, there you have it. That is a fairly scary-looking Deathwing board already for this stage of the game.
Yeah, you can see that RDU was at full life before he lost to Silvername there, so he's still really healthy, still top in the lobby so far. So definitely the opponent's probably going to be feeling a little bit of pressure, trying to do what they can to avoid just taking as much damage from him as possible.
Huge cleave opening here from RDU, taking out 2 massive minions alongside the Taunt.
But the Full Reaper getting that that attack buff also really actually doesn't matter because everything will die for the cleave, so it actually doesn't matter. But it was an interesting looking buff there. If in different situations would have been more impactful.
RDU again gets the very lucky attack into the non-taunted reset there before either of the deflector bots go down.
Oh wow!
And that means he is going to take that fight, but Silvername is going to take a beating here from XQN with his early level ramping, meaning Silvername himself is going to go out in 7th place here, now down to our top 6 already.
I wonder what XQN is running, because it looked like Silvername was in a pretty decent position, had 2 deflecto bots, but I wonder what XQN has that was able to completely dominate and beat out Silvername's board there. All right, so it looks like he's going to pick up the Amalgadon here, as we can see that he has a brand right there. Yeah,
just peeking through the middle, there's a brand, so I'm pretty sure Amalgadon is going to be the pickup here.
Yeah, we can also see he has a golden dire horn too, so maybe he has some type of menagerie composition that he's looking at. Oh, and there's a triple selfless on the board. He's got a lot of pieces to make a really powerful board here, and it does look like he is going menagerie with these pickups, trying to do something with the selfless and the jug as well.
Yeah. He sells his 2nd mech here, so he plays the Amalgadon on the board with a mech and a beast, and then the Amalgadon becomes his 3rd minion type for the perfect menagerie for the jug to come down. Picks up a another triple now, and looks like he's, I was going to say Kangol's Apprentice is actually not that bad here, at least it's just a temporary minion. Yep.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid play. If he didn't have the mech that was already invested, I think he might have taken the Full Reaper, because it would have been a better minion for Menagerie. But with this situation, getting double eggs or even double 6s will be pretty effective for him at this moment. Oh. So you can see the Reno still keeping the egg. Just a little love, you know. Oh, I invested in you. There's no way I'm throwing you away. You don't fit my comp at all. I don't care. I'm gonna keep you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it's a 16-16. It's not that bad at this point, but we saw him pick up the Void Lords, and now we're even seeing the Golden Juggler that has come out as well, which is a pretty insane situation here, and there is not actually that much health hanging around there on XQN's board to be able to compete with that Jugglers. And see Daryl fighting the dust as well in 6th place there, going out for AlexisDiesel.
Yeah, you could see that the Daryl's board didn't have really any scaling options. He had a bunch of demons, but they didn't actually do anything in terms of being strong or being a unit that you want to keep till the end of the late game, and he just fell too far behind with the minions that he buffed on. I want to say that the Lich King was pretty lucky that his Kangor didn't get super sniped in the early game. He was able to get the egg to die before the Kangors got popped, and that was the difference maker in why he won that round.
Yeah, there was also some pretty unlucky attacks towards the end where his Imp Mama attacked into the 0 attack egg and therefore did not spawn another demon with Taunt. And then his Golden Juggler attacked into the 6/6 instead of the 0 attack egg to be able to just kill itself off. So a couple of unlucky attacks there back to back cost him a lot of juggles that would have cleared up that board as well.
Will he get baited by the extra brand? A lot of players fall for this, myself included, where we see another brand and we're like, just one more, you know? He's considering it. You can look at it. If he didn't care about it, he would have rolled past it, but he's like, do I want this pair?
I mean, all I see is a genie that's going to drop him another Amalgadon this turn if he picks it up. I'm not even looking at the brand, Collins.
I do think the brand would be bait here for sure. He could definitely die in these turns. A little bit scary to be picking up that right now, but he's going to do it. I love it. Oh, man.
He's a dreamer. And he definitely has a good setup for this hero power on the 3/6, because he has so many taunts that are going to die first, right, to create some board space before that eventually goes off. So I think he's in a pretty good spot to be able to do that kind of thing. Wind Fury minions are a little bit scary when you're trying to get this kind of taunt setup going, though.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make a major drill move comp. We haven't really seen too many of these, but with the buff, a lot of people are experimenting with the card now, trying to see if they can make it smooth into their composition. I do think the stats are a little bit awkward a lot of the times to make it really work efficiently for you, but we'll see how it goes in this battle.
Big punish there from the plant tokens coming off the Amalgadon, filling up the space,
So
and meaning
lucky.
the Kangors could not get full value towards the end there.
What a massive attack from the Amalgadon, being the savior of that round. He was definitely going to lose if he went straight into the Dire Horn. So, he still loses. Wow, exact lethal. Unfortunate for him. Still doesn't have enough. So, what a shame there.
And that is going to take us all the way down to top 3 now, with just Habugabu, XQN, and guDDummit left alive. Who I believe are representing 3 completely different teams here, taking down the top 3. So very, very widespread series of results in our first lobby. Really no one running away with this one early.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering getting rid of his egg finally. He's like, maybe it's finally time. This thing doesn't fit my composition at all. He's going to hold the juggle in his hand just because he can save a gold, but we haven't actually looked at the Jandis the whole game. Habugabu doing well, even without the Murloc transitions. He's been able to hero power the what are those cards called, the Battle Master, to get a lot of value here.
Yeah, and it's actually weirdly effective against the Soul Juggler Demon comp on the other side, right? Just having those giant pools of health to be able to soak up all those juggles.
Yeah, he's really looking for that triple. He's looking for that brand, but you can see that a lot of people are hogging him, so it might be a little bit difficult for him to find it.
So he's going to lead out with his Light Fang here. He does have a decent menagerie setup for the Light Fang as well, with the Crackling and a decent range of other minion types as well.
Yeah, he's got you can see he's got a good scaling board. Will it be enough? It really depends on how strong or how much work those Battle Masters can do. Those are going to be the real carry for his comp currently, so we'll see how it pans out for him.
Oh, good second attack. The first one going into the Selfless Hero was kind of a big deal, or could have gone very badly for him, but the second one picking off the Amalgadon was very nice indeed.
Yeah, we're really going to see how much work those 10 and 8 attack minions can do. They have a lot of health, but the 22-22 is looking mighty scary, but it looks like it might still just be enough, having a lot of those health stats keeping them alive.
Yeah, just on an eyeball check, I think he's just about getting there with the raw power of the 8-100 that he still has available, but the Dire Horn obviously is not going to be overkilling anything anytime soon, so there's not going to be any huge amounts of 10-10 summons coming out, and yeah, it looks like Habugabu's got this one covered quite comfortably.
Yeah, it looks super scary for the Jandis there, right? It just looks like, are those enough? They have no attack. But just having so much health and just a little bit of attack to make sure that they don't get one-shotted or in 2 hits or so, it's really enough to carry him.
I think Habugabu is now in a very powerful position,
and
especially
what a disaster.
Absolute disaster.
Well, that's so unfortunate for him. He still has to buy it. Just unfortunate there that it hit the worst minion. That was the only thing he really didn't want to see. He could roll for brand, or he could just settle for the 2 poisons. I think the 2 poisons look good, but if you remember the composition of the opponent is jugglers, which those poisons will do absolutely nothing for. So in a lot of traditional states, you would actually just take those poisons, but if you know exactly that he's running demons, or if you look over to the screen and realize that he's running demons, you should realize that you actually don't need to be picking up those minions there.
Yeah, and I think it should be a dead giveaway as well. Normally, even if you haven't fought against a particular opponent, if you check the sidebar and it says Demons 6 or Demons 5, it's usually a good sign that those last 2 minions or 1 minion are
so he does buy 1, but he does make the decision that he doesn't probably need to. So a little bit of a safe play, goes for the poison just in case, but doesn't need both of them. I think that's very fair.
Spends his last piece of gold on picking up a small buff for that Savannah High main. Every point of health could end up mattering against these huge demons, and we did briefly cut over to guDDummit in order to see him pick up on my Exner there, which I think is a really clutch pickup for him as well. It gives him a small chance of actually winning this fight if he can get that my Exner attack to line up.
Yeah, if the real decider is if that poison can take out the Battle Master, that's really what this game is going to boil down to. The nice thing though for the Reno is that he's still at 19, so he can take probably a loss here and not be fine, and then calibrate, maybe add in more poisons or put the poison earlier or buff it in some way. But oh, unfortunate. So that 50-50 to win the game doesn't roll in his favor, so it looks like he's going to be taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he is going to absolutely take the 10 hit here. That Golden Juggler has absolutely no shot taking down this giant minion. But now both players have full information of what they are dealing with, and I think from guDDummit's perspective, finding some way to bring in some more poisonous minions is probably going to be the order of the day, because no amount of juggling is going to be able to deal with a 271 health minion.
Yeah, it looks to be a lot harder for guDDummit to be able to overcome. All Habugabu has to do is make sure that his Battle Master doesn't get sniped, so it's going to be quite difficult, because on the other side, he has to find a way to get either multiple poisons or make sure that that poison hits that Battle Master there. So we'll see if he can do it.
Amalgadon is an option that can at least hit poisonous here. He does roll into the Spore immediately. That's got to be at least tempting in this situation.
Yeah, the real question is what is he planning to remove? If he looks, he notices that the Jandis doesn't have any taunts at all, so maybe he wants to get the poison, just put it early, see if he can get an early snipe. Though the earlier you put it, the higher chance, and he rolls poison there. There is a possibility to sell that Mal'Ganis to get another poison on the board. I think that is what he's going to do as well. So he's making the right plays to find the best chance to kill that Battle Master here.
Yeah, I like it. He's leading with the poison here, which means it's almost certainly going to not going to hit the Battle Master, but he does at least have that ability to clear the space.
You can see that the positioning was changed on the Jandis side, putting the Battle Master first instead of last. Okay, so that could have been disaster for him if he hit the poison. Okay, the poison was sniped as well, so a lot of good things happening for him. Oh, what a disaster. Okay.
And that, I believe, is just going to be game for Habugabu as well. I think the Battle Master has this soloed from this point quite comfortably, and you can see the look on his face. He is picking up where he left off. Even if RDU has fallen off a little bit with his 5th place, Habugabu is able to take down the lobby for the team. And actually, with a 1st and a 5th, that is still a pretty successful first lobby for the team that dominated yesterday.
Yeah, you can see that guDDummit did play exactly as well as he could have to give him the highest chance of winning. So I do want to give some props to guDDummit. He did make the best place he could with the situation that he had. He was in an unfavorable position. Jugglers really struggle in the end game because other people just get too many stats and it's hard to juggle the damage away. But he did look at the opportunities that he had and went for the outplay and did secure a 2nd place for his team. So not too bad.
Yeah, very, very nice performance. From all of that top 4, you can see how those results have panned out, and Habugabu and RDU have taken their spot on the throne once again, and guDDummit and Silvername not too far behind. Those were the 2 winning teams from our opening 2 days, and they have taken up the spots in 1st and 2nd position again, Collins.
Yeah, you can kind of see from just this game alone that all the teams were relatively close, right? And you can see that even if you put those 2 lobbies together, we're still getting similar shakeout in the standings. So it's nice to see that all the teams are relatively close, and the results from day 1 and day 2 are actually bleeding into day 3 as well.
Yeah, very good stuff so far from all of the teams. That one was pretty close, as you could see, when we got down to that final 4, final 3, and it was multiple representatives from different teams. And even with that small lead being opened up already for RDU and Habugabu, there is still plenty to be played for with 7 lobbies left to play. Do not go anywhere, guys. We are actually going to take an impromptu quick break here to try and deal with some technical issues, but we will be back as quick as we possibly can and picking up with lobby number 2. So do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for that impromptu break, but we are ready to pick up right where we left off with lobby number 2 going in now, and Habugabu looking to capitalize on a nice early victory here, looking at again, a fairly mediocre-looking pool of heroes. Collins, what are you favoring?
I do like Barov actually in this tournament. A lot of people have good team play, and Habugabu and RDU have been one of the best in demonstrating their team play. If you have double the information, you know a lot of the board states when you're making these bets is going to make it a lot easier to get that gold. So I think that's what I would pick. If he's looking a little high rolly, you could go for the Shenvala and getting the elementals there.
Sure. See what he ends up with. He is taking it out, and yes, he is a believer in the Shenvala. My man, I am absolutely on the Shenvala hype train right now. Like, maybe I have been high rolling in my 5 or so games so far since the patch, but even pre-patch I had pretty good results with Shenvala overall, so I do think the potential is there.
I'm a Barov believer, so I would have picked a different pickup here. But we're going to see if he can get elementals in these first 3 rolls. I think that is the most critical thing. If he can hit those, then he'll be in a decent spot. Unfortunately for him, this first roll is disaster. No tokens, no nothing, really. Not even good minions to at least win the round.
He is going to find himself up against the Oliech here, who is AlexisDiesel, so he is not even finding his teammate here in RDU, but his teammate RDU is on the refarm, and we have seen on multiple occasions how effective Habugabu and RDU are at pairing together those fights when they face off against each other, so RDU also now has an advantage, a character, that can take extra advantage of that.
Yeah, Silvername as well, also getting not the best level of hero with the Arana. So that's 2 lobbies in a row. He's been having a tough deal. We'll see if he can make it out this time.
Elemental in the shop now for Habu, but very off curve to be looking for that here. So I think this will just be another standard level up and potentially just letting this roll into the Tavern 2 minions next turn.
Yeah, he has a couple options. He can either level up and lock and just, keep that in there. I do think that is extremely risky and probably not what he's going to do. Probably just going to hope to hit elementals here. This next round is going to be really critical for him.
Yeah, because he currently wants to sell and double buy, right? So locking this shop is very sketchy. He's going to be way behind the curve in terms of stats if he ends up doing that, even with the elemental discount on the Tavern ups.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? The minion that he got first wasn't strong enough to even tie with a lot of the competitors, so he's going to start 5 HP down for no absolute reason, and his hero, is struggling for him as well. So
absolutely nothing in this shop. That is a whole bunch of garbage now for Habugabu. Finds himself up against the Arana as well in Silvername.
You can see the pressure on his cam where he just knows that this was the most important hit and he didn't hit anything. He does find an elemental here. We'll see if he decides to pick that up, or we'll go for something instead with the 2 Murlocs.
Okay, there's a elemental. That's a pretty reasonable double buy for him now on the following turn. So he does throw out the freeze, but it's almost certain he's going to take another decent hit here. Although the type of minions that Silvername has available here, he's actually going to be able to carve most of this damage off the board, especially if this now goes right.
Yeah, not the worst loss for him. Hopefully he can find a way to salvage it. Ooh, we have guDDummit finding a triple here. We'll see if he wants to hero power it, or we'll just wait and hero power it next turn. Looks like he's going for potentially a 5-drop here with this play. So we'll see what he can do with that now.
Yeah, this is an insanely good Maev opening for guDDummit, because he has found, 5 token minions already? 3 of them on his board and 2 of them frozen or dormant in the shop, being already pre-bought. So he has access to so much money now over the coming turns, as well as that triple that Collins was talking about. Yeah,
it looks like he'll be going for a 5 and seeing if he can find some direction in that game. A lot of people are looking for genies and things, trying to use that to carve out their advantages in the early game.
Right. He will be facing off against Budilicious on the Kael'thas, and no surprise, big pile of stats on Kael'thas' side, but that's a really nice value trade on the old Murkai opening there for guDDummit, and that's actually going to be 1 point off of securing that tie with the Murlocs dying, taking the Murkai all the way down to 2 attack by the end of the fight.
Yeah, not a bad loss for him. He's still in a really good position, and he's rolling into some decent minions if he wants to pick up the spawn. He probably will just level and hero power something, probably the spawn. The others don't really do too much for him. I could see him also going for the pack leader if he wants to, and consider the beast option, but probably won't do that as much.
Yeah, leveling this turn does give him the option for the greedy push to 5 when he hits that triple on the next turn. But he might just be feeling he's against another powerful early game hero going up against Oliech on the Yogg, so he might be fearful of just how much damage he's going to take this turn.
It looks like Ariana tripled the Murlocs into the Gold Grubber, so really good hit for him. Probably the best thing he could have hit here. Now he has some options, some scaling. He's on 3. He's actually ridiculously strong for Ariana. Decided not to use that ability at all, not really rolling. You can see he's still in the first form, but he has a really good board with the Gold Grubber and the two golden minions, so
doing great out there.
in a great spot.
He is indeed, especially with this potential Kindly Grandmother opening. It's the perfect minion to be able to snipe off the Divine Shield from Alec here, and absolutely does manage to do that. Going to be cutting away a lot of the value from this Elemental, but it still manages to pick up 2 pretty nice value trades there.
Yeah, he's got a clean win. The first round when you have a Gold Grubber is really the scariest round, right? Because that's when your Gold Grubber isn't as strong, but he got through that round fairly easily, and now he's going to be in a great spot to level and find real direction.
Nice work out there.
This is the big turn now for Dummit.
Oh, interesting. It looks like he sold his elementals last turn to pick up the spawn. I was wondering if he wanted the spawn this turn, right? Last turn, or if he was going to hero power. He actually just sold his elementals to get the spawn. He's going to see if he wants to sell that third elemental to get the triple this turn, or wait on it and go for a 6.
Really like that. I didn't think about the play at the time, but as I was just saying before we transitioned our POV, he was up against Yogg that round, who's another very scary early game hero, right? So he might have just felt like he'd end up taking too much damage if he was going to play greedy and level up to get a 5 or a 6. So I actually like the play of cashing out the Spawn of N'Zoth to try and preserve some health. And you can see from his health total now, coming back to him, it absolutely worked. He's managed to preserve that 32 health by picking up the Spawn of N'Zoth. Really clean play.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice play. I actually didn't see it when we were looking at it. I was just considering hero powering, but actually selling the elementals to get it on the board this turn was a really good adjustment for him, really making it work out.
You see Dummit shifting around to try and force the tie with his teammate Silvername on this side. I think Silvername might have just undersold his position just a little bit.
No, he gets the tie. He gets the tie.
Perfect.
Yeah,
okay.
Very clean play from them. You can really see their teamwork working out to orchestrate a perfect tie. That was kind of a difficult tie to orchestrate as well because of the scaling from the Gold Grubber and all the Murlocs that have that can change their attack value. So really good to see them using their teamwork to full effect.
Yeah, and I think because of that free fight against Silvername, Dummit has decided to go for maximum greed here and get himself the 6-drop instead, which I fully respect. And there is some pretty big payoff.
Yeah, he has 2 directions, the Little Rag and the Gold Rune, depending. I think the Little Rag is the easier one to do. Just pick that up, pick some elementals. There is a brand in the shop, so he could pick up the Rag and just go for elemental scaling, trying to get the 4/4 that gives you 2 elementals with the brand. So he has a lot of decisions here. The strongest minion this turn would be the Gas Curler if he doesn't really like any of these options and just wants to go for power. But I think a lot of players would take the Rag here. It just makes too much sense.
Yeah, completely agree. Just a shame that there isn't another big potential elemental in that last shop to spend your remaining gold on, but you can't be too upset about picking up a brand here to go along with your board.
I really think he wanted the Amalgadon, especially with the brand in the shop. It looks like he's trying to force a Murloc composition, not an elemental composition.
That's fair.
But the Little Rag pickup might just change his mind for sure.
And now Oliech looking like the kind of board that we were more familiar with seeing on day number 2. Early elementals into that genie. He has massive potential, not only for the big 6-drops, but also to triple some of those elementals that he already has on board. And straight away, we see this happening with shocking regularity Collins. Just the big 6-drop elementals coming down off that genie.
Yeah, you can also see that the Silvername has a good setup here. He has the Gold Grubber scaling, but he also picked up a Nomi. And you can see once the Ariana triggers, that elemental frequency will be extremely high. He'll be getting a lot of value from that Nomi, and we'll be able to scale massively. So everyone's in a good spot.
Yep. But this Gar is insane for Oliech since he already has so many elementals in play right away. But Silvername does have the ability to go nuts with this Nomi, as you were saying. But even then, rolling into that fully packed shop with 0 elementals in it is not what Silvername wants to be seeing.
Yeah, he still has... he's considering getting the Argus so that he could taunt the Gold Grubber and use that as a buffer room for the rest of his board, so that everything runs into the Argus and he just deals a lot of damage that way. So he's still in a pretty good spot. Hopefully he needs to pick up a couple more elementals to get the Nomi value going.
Amalgadon found here for Oliech, but his board is predominantly elementals, so he doesn't have that many minion types right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have really good scaling with the elemental. The only scaling from the elementals will be the Gnar and the party elemental, but he's really looking for a Nomi, really looking for a Rag. He's still on 5, so he doesn't really have options in terms of getting everything except for tripling into those little Rags or finding an organic Nomi.
I mean, I just see a genie on the board, Collins. I don't know, you don't seem to have faith in this genie to be able to feed you everything you need.
That is definitely the other option.
Yeah. Did not end up being that impressive, though. Stasis Elemental still not that bad, though, when you do have the ability to scale Elementals. Just the guaranteed 2-for-1 Elemental in a single shot is still pretty good.
Yeah, he's still pretty strong, being able to take out the Calc dogs here. So he's in an okay spot. He's super healthy, second healthiest minion player in the lobby. So he just needs to find a little more key pieces and he'll be roaring to go.
We switch back over to RDU, who just dealt a little bit of damage and looking like he is trying to build up a Murloc comp of his own. Levels to 5, trying to hit that brand now, does pick up a Cold Light Seer, which can give him a little bit of extra value.
You can see a lot of players are adopting this. Let me have a comp and then have a Jhin on the side. Yep. Jhin is the side hustle for every single player in this lobby. So kind of interesting to see a lot of people are really respecting the Jhin in almost every single composition they're making. They're just adding it for the high roll. Oh, am I going to get an Amalgadon? Am I going to get a little Rag or something like that? It's really interesting to see how people are adapting to the changes in this meta.
Yeah, it feels a little bit bad for RDU to have to give up that spawn pair when you are playing Rafarm. It always feels like when you have that spawn pair playing Rafarm, you're going to hit that triple sooner rather than later. But I think we've reached the point in the game now where not too many people will be rocking Spawn of N'Zoth. So RDU's probably missed his window.
Fascinating board here. Looks like he's deciding on going for the pirate shenanigans. Probably took inspiration from RDU in the last game. Okay, I was a little wondering why he was putting the Divine Shield minion first, but it looks like he's changed the ordering a bit.
But why?
Oh, is he fighting his teammate? That has to be the reason, right?
He must be. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, there's no reason why you wouldn't want a pirate to go first, right? With the Wind Fury Divine Shield, but yeah, that's absolutely what it is.
Alright, so this is a little bit hard. He wants to win this round. I'm surprised he's making his board significantly weaker, knowing that his opponent, his teammate's at 32 while he's at 14. He could theoretically die here. I do think he wants to err on the side of caution. However, he is extremely strong and probably made the right decision there, taking so much damage on his teammate. Ooh.
Yeah, when we actually see it break down, you can see that Alexis had it absolutely right there. He was monstrously stronger than his opponent and could even have afforded to weaken his board state even more there.
Yeah, deciding not to take the 3-3 pirate, but going for the 3-4, which is a really good piece to find the composition. Looks like guDDummit has found the triple, looking for the elemental composition. So you could see he initially wanted to go for Murlocs, but he's finding more and more elemental pieces, and it's kind of edging him into the the dark side of elementals. You can see him just selling those 15-20 HP Murlocs just to put extra elementals on the board. You can really see the how enticing it is to just go elementals, even if you have a really proficient Murloc composition.
Yeah, for sure. You saw just as we transitioned into Dummit there, he did throw away the Genie right at the start of the turn, so he's considering that he's got enough value out of that, can't afford to have the small stats on his board anymore, and he's just going to look to scale hard off this little rag and double Gar setup that he has right now, and I think I like that decision overall.
Yeah. What he could have done is he could have sold that 4-1 and ended on the Murloc to give 2-2 to the poison at least. I do think the poison is very likely to be kept till the end of the game, but the other Murloc, if he finds another poison, will probably also be kept, so he could have ended with +2/+2 on his Murlocs instead of just rolling away the extra gold, but still not a bad play, and it looks like he's going to tie here and keep the Ketas alive.
That tie was a huge scam at the end there with the Wildfire Elemental getting the perfect overkill by attacking the Bran. The only attack there at the end was going to get the job done. But Shenvala and Habugabu just got absolutely smacked by Yogg-Saron at the end there. Absolutely insane. Habugabu now going down to 8th place in the second lobby, completely really nullifying his win from the first lobby there. He's now got a 1st and an 8th to his name in the openings.
Yeah, you could actually pinpoint the mistake in the beginning of the match when he took the Shenvala, in my opinion. It's definitely a high roll hero where you could either go first or last, and unfortunately his first 3 rolls were just not enough to carry him there, and he just fell too far behind after that. So I think the Barrog would have been a much safer play, but I do respect the high roll potential. He knew that he had a good chance of going last if he did pick up this hero and didn't find any elementals. Unfortunately for him, that's how it turned out.
And meanwhile, huge Murloc scaling turn here for RDU. He has found the brand, which he was missing last time we visited him, and that's an insane turn with multiple Cold Light Seers and Begurgles coming down. Huge pile of stats right now for RDU.
Yeah, it looks like RDU is in a much safer spot. Everyone seems to be starting Murlocs and then transitioning to Elementals, and RDU is like, no, you sell your Murlocs, I'll take them, So it seems to be working out well for him. He's still 35 HP, so really in a good spot to carry this game.
Attack does not snipe the Divine Shield, which is actually a very big deal, because now it means that Pyro on the counter-attack is going to pop the Divine Shield on the Amalgadon and allow the Salty Looter potentially to take 2 big trades here, and it absolutely does. Yeah,
this boat's going to do a lot of work for this Alec here. See if it can find enough stats to give so that the Murlocs don't one-shot all of his board.
Big attack on the Eliza though, but still plenty of health remaining on the other side for RDU to be able to take things down. And with the Begurgle living, that's absolutely going to spell the end of the game for AlexisDiesel, who's going to go out either in 6th or 7th here, depending on if Budilicious has survived. And he has. Yeah,
unfortunately, the Pirates, couldn't do it. I think once again, that's where things went wrong for these players. So it's been shown that Pirates don't actually perform too well, but I do think he made the best of his situation, getting the early Eliza and trying to make it work. Unfortunately, a lot of these players are good enough to be able to deal with Pyro compositions that that these players can throw out. So unfortunate result there.
We are confirming all of Colin's biases today. He hates Shenvala, he hates Pirates, and then here we are. They're just both losing.
I don't like these compositions because they don't seem to work out. If I'm seeing lots of Pirates getting first place, I might change my mind, but I'm seeing quite the opposite today.
All right, you're right.
All right, so it looks like Ragnaros is also living on the RDU hype train, finding Murloc's composition. It's going to be a little bit awkward for Ragnaros as he discovers that he's going to be giving Begurgle to a fully fleshed out Murloc composition. So even though he might survive this turn, he will be helping his opponents get an even stronger board.
Yeah. The sheer amount of poisonous that he has available, though, might just put him in good standings in this fight, depending on where this Divine Shield goes. Okay, that's a very big deal. Does mean that Amalgadon gets to eat another big minion and trading with the poisonous.
Yeah, he does have a lot of stats though, and is probably almost able to tie there. Unfortunate attack there. If he hit the right, he would have not taken that 10 and would have been a lot healthier in the rest of the game.
Yeah, the Divine Shield roll and the attacks, I think, lined up pretty well there for RDU overall. And now we do see Budilicious. He did survive that one extra turn, which moved him up from the potential 7th place up into 6th, but cannot survive an additional round, so he is going to bite the dust now.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the Yogg is running right now, because you can see he has been the dominator, murdering people turn after turn after turn, and you can see he has the double rag and a gigantic Gar as well, so he's really got that composition that to be smacking people. So you can see there's a lot of Murloc players in the lobby, probably in response to this player knowing that you won't be able to beat him with stats, you have to beat him with poisons and divine shield. So probably the reason why we're seeing a lot of people transitioning back into Murloc players, because they're seeing people or their teammates getting smacked for 30 plus, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to scale as fast as he is, and so I'll just go Murloc.
Yeah, this is looking like an enormous board on this side, though, so you are absolutely right in suggesting that Murlocs are really the only thing that are going to be able to compete with this. Worth noting at this point that I believe that Silvername and guDDummit are the only team with both players still alive in the lobby right now, which is huge for them, considering they were hot on the heels of RDU and Habugabu going into this one.
Yeah, that was a really important, but he didn't hit the Divine Shield though. Really important sell to try to get Divine Shield poison. He unfortunately wasn't able to hit that, and the opponent has a ton of poisonous minions, so I actually think that the Murlocs might be able to edge this one out depending on what those rolls are.
Yeah, a few of these death rattle outcomes are going to be pretty important, though. That's actually a pretty big deal now for Oliech, because that's a ton of extra stats that are able to trade down this board. But depending on how this 47-38 goes, I still think it's just about going to get there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Keeping himself alive, so you can really see the Murlocs being the answer to this board. I wouldn't say there's really any other board state that could deal with this. Even Dragons with Nadina wouldn't be able to get through that Gar right there, so that's really the only realistic answer. You can see a lot of the top players are finding poisons, finding Murlocs, specifically to counter this one player here.
Yeah, and there's the negative from the Genie sometimes. That Golden Genie dropping so many elementals that this has ended up being a tripled amalgam from Oliech.
I don't think he needed to play the poison here. I think he already has a really high chance of hitting the Divine Shield, and now he has to sell something if he wants to play the 3-2 as well. So, oh, well, no, that's... Okay. All right. That's one way to outplay me right now, right there. So yeah, just get the instant triple, and so you don't have to sell anything at all. So a really smart play from Oliech there, finding the exact pieces he needs to make me look stupid.
Which is, of course, the ultimate goal of all of these players, I'm sure.
All right. He's in a great spot here now. He can get that 4-4 as well. Probably won't be able to play his whole board. Probably will play the gas coil and hold it. Yeah, hold the 4-4 here for next turn, as long as he lives.
Yeah, going into guDDummit here on the Maiev, who was huge last time we saw them a very, very long time ago already with those giant Gars. But suddenly, this insanity that we're seeing from Oliech is starting to make this look pretty tiny in comparison.
Yeah, you can really see all the other players trying to find a way to incorporate poisons into their comp, specifically to deal with this player and his gigantic elementals. You can see that it's going to be a real struggle if you don't have an answer to these big boards. And everyone else seems to be looking for ways to deal with it.
This is the problem sometimes, though, with getting an Amalgadon with so many adapts on it, is that you fill your board with plants and really reduce some of the value.
You can see even in Silvername's board that he had poisons as well. Everyone looking for poisons to be able to deal with this one player specifically. If this guy wasn't in the lobby, you wouldn't be searching frantically for as many poisons as every other player, and you can see that everyone is realizing this is what I need to do to find a way to win. This is the play I have to go for. Everyone's looking for poison.
Triple now found for XQN. Nothing that lines up super well with his board, though, so yeah, just picks up a Gas Coiler for now. Is at least an immediate improvement to his board state. Decent minion to finish out the 7th spot.
Oh, that is a huge pickup here. Finding the Selfless, giving him more hits to be able to find answers to the score. I was very worried for him, but finding that Selfless and finding an extra poison here might be the difference maker. Deciding to sell one of his smaller poisons and keeping the Murloc, thinking that Murloc is big enough to salvage him. I'm considering if he wants to lock for that poison giver, but probably has enough attack at this moment right now.
I mean, you say that, right? Like, obviously the one remaining minion has 55 attack, right? So you think, there's no way I need poison on that. This is the Gar lobby that we're dealing with,
that
though,
is
right?
True.
So maybe it's still worth the investment. I'm not entirely sure.
It might be better for him to just skip this and just focus all of his gold next turn, all of his rolls, if he survives, on finding a Baron. I think that would be the more impactful play. So I think not locking here makes a lot of sense, and just trying to find that Baron for the next round if he survives here.
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
All right, it looks like this is going to be a game of what does the 1/1 hit? Does the 1/1 pop a Divine Shield? No, it doesn't. So now it looks like we have 6 poison hits to 5 poison hits, giving him the edge in this this round here. So this is reminiscent of Murloc lobbies in the old, where you just count how many poison hits you have. Do you have more than your opponent? I guess you win. Kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, he has got a lot of work to do to be chipping away at that massive health pool on RDU, though. Did have the ghost fight in the last round, so it means he is going to be up against Oliech on the Yogg here, who is the player with those giant elementals on the other side. But the full poison board with the Divine Shields from XQN, I think, should be able to deal with this on average as well.
Yeah, I mean, really looking for that Baron would really solidify XQN's position in the game and really give him a board. I don't think Oliech needs to focus on making his Gar bigger. I think it's big enough. You know, you don't have to do that anymore. But he's getting really unfortunate hits on those Amalgadons, not getting Divine Shields, and I think he might even have the last Amalgadon in the board. I think the other boards have at least 2, so probably won't be able to find a triple for that. But he does hit a selfless triple. That's really big. Hopefully he doesn't die here. For him, he might be selling he sells the Gar. He sells the Gar. what a massive risky play there. But I think it's needed. You can see how these Gars fall off in these games, selling it, thinking that it's not good enough to be able to deal with XQN's board.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. He knows he's up against 2 Murloc players, right? So it does not matter whatsoever how much health that minion has. If he can't give it Divine Shield, it's worthless. And so to get those Divine Shields on the board, he might as well just sell the non-poison minion to give himself the best possible chance. I love it. What
a crazy play. You never see these in normal lobbies. Just because people don't have the idea or the game plan that, this 300 HP minion is useless. Let me sell it. You never see that. So really good to see from Oliech here.
Huge deal. Still 2 more plants left to attack, and they are picking off these Divine Shields very efficiently right now. That one does whiff, though. That does hit a small minion. But now just the giant pile of stats
but he
left
lives.
on that one remaining Murloc is going to win the fight for XQN.
But
you are correct. He is going to be alive to fight for another day.
What a massive outcome, because now he's able to get that golden selfless as well, so he's going to get a lot stronger in these following turns, because he does have that Baron. He also tripled the Amalgadon in the same turn, so he's going to have Divine Shield. He just needs to find another poison to replace it, and he does find the poison, so everything working out for this this turn for this player. So we'll see what he can do now. He didn't need to play that elemental. He probably should sell that and play the pirate. Yeah. Okay. So he's getting the ordering correct. Okay. Good to see.
Already has the genie functioning as his elemental for the rolls, but honestly, it's almost a formality at this point. Like, if that did not hit Divine Shield at some point, that would have been absurd. But there it is, coming down with the Divine Shield.
Whew, okay, this lobby is gonna go down to the wire. Everyone finding the pieces they need. Every small thing working on this favor. You can see the one thing he might want to do is find another poison and replace the genie. Actually, this 56-58 is just too weak for this meta right now. So yeah, gonna sell it and gonna replace it with a 4-3 because that's what we're doing in this meta right now. Oh, he accidentally stole the Baron. Oh, disaster! Oh no!
Wait, what?
Oh no!
Better hire a recruit.
He accidentally sold the Baron. Disaster for Oliech here. Oh my god, it's probably going to be the deciding factor for this round. We'll see if he still survives.
It's gonna have to cost him here, right? That's just -2 divine shields on this poisonous minions. Like, this has to have a huge impact.
Oh no! Oh, F's in chat. F's in chat. What a disaster! He had the perfect setup. Will it still be enough? He does have 5 poisons against. Okay, so he still survives. He still survives.
Still there.
It's not over yet. He's made a lot of good plays. Just one mechanical error, really making this game a little bit more tense. You can see him scratching his head. So thankful to still be alive and roll for another Baron.
Yeah, and the damage really starting to ramp up now. He was able to push 17 that round, and now he has the luxury of the Ghost fight again. You saw previously, even though the Baron did end up getting sold, I like the decision to keep the smaller minion in the lookout and use that as the minion he's poisoning, because it deals more damage if it survives, right? Which with Divine Shields in play is actually very, very important. More important than the stats themselves when you're just dealing with poisonous minions.
Yeah, you can see that he's just rolling to try to rectify the mistake that he made in the last game. The only thing he needs for this board realistically is the Baron that he sold. So he's just going to spend this turn and most likely next turn just rolling down all of his gold looking for that one card that he sold. Unfortunately, that would solidify the win for him.
All right, if he's done with his turn waiting to fight the Ghost, let's jump over to the fight between the other 2 remaining players, which is going to be XQN versus RDU. We were talking about how XQN should look to pick up the Baron. We saw that he picked up a Macaw instead, which kind of does the same thing, right, in that position, still adding extra Divine Shields to your board state, which is a very, very big deal. And honestly, in terms of number of Divine Shields, I think RDU's in the worst position overall, right?
Yeah, it looks like, for sure. That's why he's teching in that ghoul to kind of facilitate the removal of the Divine Shield. So even though he hasn't found as many Divine Shields as his peers, he is making the right play, finding the tech he needs to try to counter his opponents here.
Trying to line this up to allow the Divine Shields to go off first and then have the ghoul come in after the fact and snipe things away. But he does go first attack on the Parrot, which is a really, really big deal there. And now the Selfless Hero attacks. That worked out perfectly for RDU.
Yeah, what a big brain play there. Even getting unlucky, not finding as many Divine Shields, finding a way to find the counter to deal with the Divine Shields from his opponent. And it looks like that will be enough to take XQN out of the game. So good play from RDU to take the top 2 spots in this game, even though he was technically behind in his board state.
Yeah, and he needed it, right? Like, Habugabu picked up a win in the first lobby, but he picked up an 8th in this lobby, so needed his teammate in RDU to really pull the numbers and put in a big result in this lobby. And he's absolutely done it. And now, with those extra Selfless Heroes back into the pool from the new dead player, he's able to find the triple himself.
Yeah, that's true. Probably the Selfless going back into pool being the reason why he was able to find the triple so easily this turn. So I don't think there's really too much for RDU to do here. There's not really any big thing. The only one thing he could do is try to maybe triple a Macaw or triple the... Even tripling the Macaw would not be good, actually. He needs to find a Baron because Macaw triple, there's too many Death Vials on his board.
Yeah, way too many other Death Vials to
be relying on. He found the Baron.
That.
He found the Baron in the last roll for Oliech. He finds the Baron. Will he sell the spawn? Of course he will.
All right, it's back. Welcome back to the team, Baron Rivendare. Sorry, I apologize. You're back. Welcome back, buddy.
the one mistake that he did ends up not punishing him too much. It does punish him a little bit because RDU is healthier than he would have been if he kept the Baron, but he does find it in the end. Hopefully this will be enough to salvage the game, but RDU does have a good game plan with the Ghoul being able to deny the Divine Shield, so we'll see what happens in this last match.
Yeah, and Oliech does not know about that unstable Ghoul. I don't think he's seen it. I think RDU picked it up in the round where Oliech fought against the Ghost. So now the surprise tech of the unstable Ghoul! Oh no! Disaster attacks for RDU!
You can see the smirk. You can see the smirk on Oliech's face. Everything working out for him. That one mistake he had in the turns before, not affecting his game plan, seemingly not affecting the outcome, and the Divine Shield goes into the 1-7 massive plays from his minions.
Yeah, no plants on that remaining Amalgadon, which means by the factor of a single token, he's actually going to stay alive. But RDU
so
lives to
RDU.
fight another day. What an insane final three, Collins. What is happening here?
This is actually so bad for Oliech now because he got so lucky in that round, the 4-2 hitting the Ghoul. However, now he knows it's a Ghoul, so now this is where positioning mind games come into fruition. Will someone play their 4-2 a little bit later? Will they play their Ghoul a little bit earlier? Will someone sell their Ghoul and go for a Baron themselves, right? There's a lot of positioning mind games to be done in this last turn to really solidify who actually wins this lobby.
Ooh, the Ghoul has been sold here for RDU, and he looks like he's just going to try and pick up an additional Poison Murloc himself to replace it.
Yeah, so it looks like he's not believing in the Ghoul. I do think the Ghoul was a really good tech.
Yeah.
And selling that Ghoul actually might be the one of the reasons for a loss potentially even. So, he's selling another minion to triple the Murloc. I wonder what his game plan is here now. Oh, he wants to play the Macaw. Okay, that makes so much sense now. He wants to play the Macaw. That's why he's selling all of his Death Rattle minions so that he could get the clean Macaw here. That has to be it.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a decent game plan. I was looking at an alternative, which was just picking up the Defender of Argus there to add more potential taunts to your board and shut down the ability for the unstable Ghoul to get sniped. But I do like this as a plan, just trying to compete in terms of raw number of Divine Shields. We did get confirmation as well that Oliech just simply rolled away his 10 gold, did not change anything at all on his board state. Happy with the way that last fight went. And now here we are with RDU getting a ton of Divine Shield value. Full value 8 poisonous minions now, essentially.
But Oliech is going to only get 3. Okay, so it's looking like it could... Oh, that was a massive hit, depending on what happens there. So maybe those Death Rattles at the end might be the determining factor here now. Especially with,
it's over. It's over. It's over. Oliech takes an absolute marathon of a lobby there. Did have that potentially catastrophic mistake where he threw away the Baron Rivendare, but was able to welcome him back to the team later on. And in the end, in an incredibly grueling top 3, Oliech picks up a win for his team, which is very, very important because his teammate AlexisDiesel did pick up a 7th place there. So actually, multiple teams kind of getting a first and last type of lobby, with RDU and Habugabu getting 2nd and 8th, and AlexisDiesel and Oliech getting 1st and 7th. So actually, in terms of average points, a fairly evenly split up lobby, you'd have to suspect.
Yeah, I do want to take note of how impressive this lobby was.
Yes.
Everyone playing well. You saw people casually selling 300 HP minions, selling golden gems, selling 50/50s just to get 2/2s on the board, just to get tiny Murloc poisons on the board because they knew that was the only way they could fully win the board, getting a full Divine Shield comp. That was essentially the strongest composition you could realistically make in Battlegrounds these days. Just having gigantic poisons with a selfless Baron composition. So you saw people really identify that, oh, I have a 300 HP minion, not strong enough. Let me sell that. Let me put this 3/2 poison in because that is how I'm going to win the game. He sold his gigantic elemental smack that was smacking people for 30 in the mid to late game, and just to fill out a poison composition. Really well done from Oliech here.
Yeah, beautifully done. You can see the upshot of all of that now is a very, very tightly contested leaderboard. Habugabu and RDU do maintain their lead. Very impressive still. Not quite the blowouts that we saw on day 2, but still a first and a second to their name, meaning that they are slightly in charge of proceedings here on our Championship Sunday. But everyone absolutely still in with a shout. And I think, Collins, you broke it down very, very well already. Like, what an incredible high standard of play. I know we were talking beforehand that this is some of the craziest Battlegrounds that either of us have ever seen, even though both of us play an absolute ton of it. Is it also some of the highest level Battlegrounds that you think you've seen so far?
I mean, I'm not in the game, but, you know, excluding that, excluding that, yeah, I think this is definitely some of the highest Battlegrounds that we've seen so far. So very excited to see how things are going to shake out in the following lobbies.
Yeah, well, those lobbies are going to come at you thick and fast, but I think after that, I think all of us need a bit of a rest. Collins is going to sub out. He's going to go away and grind ladder so he can qualify for the next one and show us all how it's done. I'm going to be joined by Gia for the next 2 lobbies, so do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. You're watching the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup, where you're just in time to join us for the third and fourth lobbies. Sottle, it's already been so much action for the first two lobbies. Actually, for the first one, I was kind of thinking, hey, we have our first relatively tame lobby. We have Menagerie sneaking up into the top two and even a Soul Juggler comp. But really, things kicked into overdrive when we hit that second lobby with that back and forth elemental transition into Murlocs, complete slugfest, and to me, perhaps most surprisingly, the first big blunder that we've actually seen of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Gio. I don't know how much I've got left. Like, I think I'm just spent already after those first two lobbies. Like, absolutely insane back-to-back findings. But yeah, it was nice to see the recovery from obviously just that straight-up, brain fart where he threw away the Baron for absolutely no reason. Was able to pick it up, and I think most importantly, kept his composure, right? Like, didn't tilt from that point, didn't completely melt down. Was able to piece something together to actually come back into proceedings. But we are going to kick things off with lobby number 2 now. And XQN has a juicy looking Jandis start here. Lots of triple potential with the bouncing from the hero power.
That is true. You only need one token generator in theory to be able to get the triples later on, but it does give you a bit more flexibility when you go for the double that's already in the shop. Ends up just swapping into the same minion. No real effect there, but what you're going to see is XQN on the I think on the 5 gold turn, because I do expect him to level on 4 gold, is to swap Alicat once again so he can triple on the Tabby.
Exactly. Having the duplicate of the actual Alicat in the shop, though, is quite nice because it will create, depending on what swaps actually happen, you do create this nice scenario where you triple the Tabby Cat, but you also still have the Alicat pair on your board, right? Which means that you could then try and triple that as well for maximum greed. So it's a really nice looking early shop. The one downside is that he will take quite a significant amount of damage in the meantime due to just picking up very weak minions through the early turns.
That is true. Also, the fact that he's coming up against Millhouse RDU on that hero, definitely one that benefits a lot from early economy. And we'll see if he does get a little bit of a wider board this turn, which will aggravate XQN's problem of taking that early damage. But he does get the best swap in the Elemental here, which is huge because the other minions, they're battle cry, so they don't actually have the stats on them. But Elemental is the one token that you're happy to pick up without any play it.
Yeah, that's sick. It's just +1 gold or +1 2/2 on his board for the play next turn if he does intend to just pick up the triple next turn. So that is an insane 1-in-3 outcome for XQN. Might just stem the bleeding now because he does take another 4 damage in the early game, but the addition of that 1 extra minion now on his 5 gold turn might just allow him to stop taking damage 1 turn earlier than he might have done otherwise.
Also really great that because it is Elemental in particular, that is a minion that you're actually happy to sell to be able to complete the swaps on this. And it looks like XQN is cashing in the triple right now, going for a 3-drop, which is absolutely justified because he didn't have too many stats otherwise. I don't often suggest taking the Beast, but absolutely warranted here.
Yeah, this early on in the fight, I think that's absolutely correct. And now XQN has a decision to make about how greedy he wants to be for these triples, and it turns out maximum greed is where his head is at, freezing that shop once again to continue trying to milk some of those pairs and triples.
Yeah, I love it, especially since he did take the Beast, which is a minion that you're not expecting to stay in your comp for all that long. And so with the time he's bought himself by picking up this card, he is going to be able to get a triple into a higher tier minion.
Big attacks from AlexisDiesel on the Ragnaros. He was always going to lose that fight, but actually being able to trade down the Beast was a very big deal in terms of taking minimum damage in that fight.
Checking in with RDU, it was the relatively slow turn for Millhouse. We generally want to level, and then they spike on 6 gold. We do see that RDU froze on the last shop, though, because he has this triple potential. I'm just curious about whether he wants to cash in the 0-cost refresh that he got from the Anomaly. Or perhaps even just level again and greed the triples.
Yeah, I have seen RDU playing Millhouse quite a lot in my time, and I know he is a greedy boy when it comes to these triples. Sometimes just taking multiple turns just to hit the level button and pass, essentially. Looking for a 5, looking for a 6, sometimes even in positions like this. He's gone through various different stages of greed with this character in his Battlegrounds career so far.
It is true that the current meta definitely feels centered around who gets to hit the Genies first, or even Mama Bear and Brand, all of them direction-defining minions. For RDU, though, it was that little bit scarier because he was facing off against Kael'thas, which tends to put a lot of stats on the board, but it's a huge deal that he manages to kill off the Stasis Elemental. That's some damage saved there.
Yeah, and I think he also will have felt a bit more secure because if he was mousing over the Kael'thas, he could have got the information that he'd gone to Tavern 3, right? So he was unlikely to be massively strong. It can still happen that you take a bunch of damage from a player that's done that if they picked up some premium Tavern 3 minions, just because of the extra damage that those minions themselves will deal to you. But I think overall added security. And what was I saying, Gia? What was I saying? Cell level is the play here from RDU, but the reasoning behind that is the role on the opponent that he's found this turn, going up against Habugabu on the Maiev, who has just hit their level up turn playing the regular Maiev curve.
That is huge, the timing on this, because we have talked about when you save triples for long enough, it feels like you just commit and go for the 5-drop instead of a 4-drop. And if RDU needed any more reason, it's the fact knowing that he won't take too much damage, depending on how much Habugabu wants to rearrange. Honestly, I feel like the tininess of RDU's minions means that any amount of rearranging probably won't help that much, but maybe Habugabu went for a level himself.
Yeah, he did go up to Tavern 3 this turn specifically, and honestly, the fact that Maiev is actually not gaining any real stat advantage in the early game anymore because the minions bought from the hero power are not gaining the health advantage, it does mean that you are not going to have too much of a blowout win from the Maiev here in most situations. I think it was going to be almost impossible to engineer any board state that did not beat RDU there, because RDU is just by far the weakest player in the lobby, but it was never going to be a huge hit, which is why they felt so comfortable going for the greedy level.
Yeah, it's great because Habugabu did stay on mostly Cavern 1 minions, but there you go, Chef Nomi with this elemental already locked up on board. This is the massive scaling that RDU is going for, but doesn't actually hit any elementals on the first roll, which is maybe the scary part about playing Millhouse is you do have the insane economy, but it does rely on hitting the good shops with multiple elementals.
I really like this decision, though, where RDU rolled and didn't hit an elemental, as you said, but then he did not just go, okay, I'm just going to roll straight past that. He just bought a big minion, Savannah Highmane, right? Just picked it up, which I do like, because he does need to start consolidating his health right now. He needs to start preserving that 25 health that he does have to maximum effect in order to scale that Nomi, because an 8 gold Nomi is a very early Nomi, don't get me wrong, but you do still need those turns to scale it.
And that's why he also took that Gold Grubber, which is kind of perfect for the type of board state he has as Millhouse, where you want some other static self-buffing minions to be able to shore up your board while you're building up for the big Nomis. But checking in with his partner, Habugabu's put together a little bit of pirate synergy, and it's a big deal that he has more minions than the Kael'thas here because he guaranteed get to attack first with the Seabreaker Goliath.
Yeah,
I think I screwed up the name on that, but it's fine.
I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, I'm useless at card names, don't ask me. But regardless, Budilicious has managed to go to Tavern 4 himself while still being on 37 health, which honestly is the merit of him having fought against RDU that one round, right? When he pushed the greedy level to 3 and then had RDU as his opponent, who was incredibly weak at that point, Budilicious has been able to ramp up extremely quickly. You can see overall, this is a very, very aggressive leveling lobby so far.
And for Budilicious, he's taken minions that don't necessarily have synergy with each other, but they're just well-statted, which is something you can get from Kael'thas, which lends Kael'thas to pretty consistently being able to get menagerie strategies, maybe more than other heroes. But I do worry for his long-term scaling potential, because it's very rare that Light Fangs are fast enough in this meta.
Yeah, it's very fair. And it's kind of Kael'thas 101, really. There's certain turns, like up until 10 gold, where Kael'thas is just usually very powerful just because of the free +2/+2 that they've got on multiple buys up until that point. But just like any other hero, you are eventually going to have to hit some kind of long-term scaling or you will fall off in the late game.
And you can see here, not leveling any further just to finish with the full board. And I do think that he is going to be dishing out a lot of damage to AlexisDiesel, and it might be that Budilicious is just assuming his role of maybe trying to bully the players that are not on his team before they get to scale very hard, because it looks like in terms of long-term direction and the fact that he's not leveled again, this is not necessarily a top 1 comp.
Ooh, unstable ghoul pickup here. That was a me-first scenario for AlexisDiesel on the Ragnaros, and he absolutely got it, being able to get full value out of his own Divine Shields before the unstable ghoul came down to snipe. And actually, it looks like he's going to be able to take down most of this board state, but it's still going to be a small win for Budilicious. Yeah, good hit at the end just to save some health, taking out the Bolvar.
Yeah, it is huge. And also the fact that AlexisDiesel did have good minions to buff with Ragnaros. A lot of the times, it feels like there's 3 conditions to really get the benefit out of Rag, which is kill to 25, and then you also need to survive for that long, and then you need to have decent minions that you actually want to buff. So the fact that he's already picked up the Crackling Elementals is huge. But look at this triple for guDDummit.
Look at these Xerus for guDDummit. Just absolute garbage being rolled off those 2 Xerus in his hands. Interestingly, tripling tokens isn't always something you want to do with Daryl, because it is technically minus stats in terms of the overall number of minions that you get to sell. But of course there is upside, and that upside is that you get to discover the Tavern tier minion from above. But I do think it's something that you do have to think about as to whether you actually want to buy that triple or whether you just want to go for the raw dance. And with no straight up dance target in the shop right now, I think it's pretty wise to just end up taking the triple.
That's right, and you don't always see Daryl leveling to the same curve as some of the other heroes, because he does have that option to just go in hard on some of the tier 3 minions and dance. But I think the fact that there was no good dance target, like you said, no additional divine shields, and he was just handed the triple on a silver platter, means that he now has the ability to go for a regular type of comp and hit one of those direction defining 5 drops.
Yeah, and by regular type of comp, you mean he's going to try and discover a genie with that triple on this turn.
Yep. Gonna rub the magic lamp like everybody else.
You see him holding off, though, on that turn because he was queued up into Silvername, who is his partner there, so they will currently be trying to normalize their board states as much as they can, get as close to a tie between the 2 players as possible.
Speaking of team fights, this is Habugabu versus RDU, but oh my goodness, RDU is extremely strong. I don't know if he could have made the positioning a little bit less painful for Habugabu, but maybe this boat can save him.
RDU is colossal, gargantuan, massive Gia. He's pretty big is what I'm saying. Like, how are you actually able to deal with this? Oh my goodness.
He's just gonna tank so much damage. He at least managed to snipe off this elemental with the help of the boat, but Habugabu really has to make up for his last lobby where he finished 8th, and yeah, the fact that RDU ran into him at a pretty bad timing is a huge deal.
It is. And honestly, I don't know how much really could have been done about the positioning there. Like, looking at RDU's board, it's really not a particularly positional-based board, right? It's just all of his minions are massive. That's basically what the early Nomi has done, so...
And here we see a triple picked up for guDDummit. Bama Bear is one of those direction-defining 5 drops, but he doesn't quite have any good beasts to pay off of yet on tier 4. Definitely looking for the high mains and the Hydras.
Wow, rolls straight through the Crackling Elemental there as well.
That is a pretty good dance target as kind of a cleave, and when it's a triple, almost always a cleave.
But looking instead like he does, we just want to go for some immediate beast synergy here.
Does get a decent amount of dances on the Rat Pack, which is what he is trying to dance for at the moment. I'm just curious what the role of these Shifter Xeruses in the hand is, because honestly, it's kind of weird to pick them up as Daryl, which is a hero that really values being able to maximize your economy for the dancing. The fact that he has just had -6 gold and is waiting for a good roll at this point makes me curious whether he's meant to cash them out soon.
I actually almost always buy Xerus with Daryl myself. I think
really?
it's just a useful minion to buy, right? Because generally with Daryl, like, the waste of gold is not necessarily buying minions. The waste of gold is rolling too much, right? That's when gold actually goes down the toilet and you just never see it again. So any minion with like a decent battle cry or high potential, I think it's worth buying just with the intention of selling it onto a big dance target. And that's what these Xerus are about, right? They can spike a 6-drop and then you win the game, great. Or you can just use them as food for a dance. The problem is the way this has panned out for Dummit so far hasn't been about big dances, right? He's just kind of curved into that 5-drop discover, and now he's playing a little bit more normally, which is making the Xeruses look a little bit stupid for now, but I think in general, picking up Xeruses, Daryl is actually pretty powerful.
Glad to see it from that perspective. And now that I think about it, it is one of those minions that you can pick up incidentally while you're trying to isolate a dance target, and then you end up thinking like, maybe it's not worth it to sell this. So that does make quite some sense. For Oliech here, he has a decent amount of Death Rattle synergy, but the Macaw definitely feels like it's tough to guarantee it actually hitting the spawn, and there's a triple option now here.
Yeah, and this is an obnoxious economy build right now from Oliech because he has, I'm assuming he's putting the Reborn on his Genie here at the moment, just trying to scale. Then he also has the Parrot in second position behind his Spawn of N'Zoth. So his Spawn is opening up the board space for him, and then he's trying to use the Parrot to get the extra proc off that Genie for an extra minion in hand. It is a fragile setup for sure because I believe those Deflectobots also have Death Rattles on them, and the Genie could get sniped by the opponent's first attack anyway, but it does seem like Oliech has got some good value out of it so far with that Amalgadon already in his hand.
Yeah, even one extra proc off the Genie is huge. Unfortunately, the Amalgadon that he does roll has Death Rattle on it as well, so it's very unlikely that he's going to get extra value from Genie, at least in terms of board state, because I believe a Macaw procking Genie doesn't put the card in your hand, right?
Let's see if
Does
you
it not?
can stay
It
on
activates the Death Rattle, why wouldn't
I
it?
could be wrong about that. Maybe it's
Okay.
Khadgar that doesn't work that way.
Khadgar, I know Khadgar doesn't work, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, he does end up putting the Macaw first just to try and get extra stats on this board because it was a monstrously scary opponent on the other side.
Tavern Tempest coming off though, but yeah, I do like the decision to kind of switch off the greed. I do kind of like that economy build for a while, but I was even considering there, like the Parrot could have gone left. It could also have gone right, and gone after the Deflectobot attack, so you could try and use the Parrot as the reset for the Deflectobots by trying to activate one of their Death Rattles after they attack. Could have been an interesting option as well, but he's ended up just trying to fight a head-on battle into RDU's massive elementals and has had absolutely no success in doing so, but neither has Habugabu, who's going to bite the dust. 3 people dying that turn, it looked like, just off Habugabu's perspective there, so that is a very quick acceleration of the lobby.
That's massive, especially the last time we checked in on Budilicious. He did have decently sized minions, but again, it's all about long-term scaling in this type of meta, where you can just get picked off in 1 or 2 rounds if you are not prepared for the size of the elementals on the other side. AlexisDiesel, though, he has the Baron Goldrin put together. There is this Harvest Golem that he will have to eventually sell off if he's looking to go for long-term beasts.
Yeah, so those 3 players that died, 3 representatives of 3 different teams. So every team is still alive in the lobby right now, which of course is a big deal for everyone. But we do now get to see some of the auto-scaling, putting in work for the Ragnaros. Still very effective if you get to this point. I think we actually saw early on that the Rag was the lowest tavern level in the lobby. He was a full tavern level behind most people, it looked like, which does seem to be a thing that people favor these days, just trying to be a little bit stronger early, because you know that auto-scaling in the late game is able to get you there as long as you don't take too much damage early.
Why is it that whenever I see RDU on stream, whether it's in this tournament or streaming on his personal channel, there is a golden chef Nomi that he gets? That is insane. I think it is a clear decision to just sell off the Molten Rock to be able to get that economy done, because you really don't want to be freezing, if possible, as Millhouse. It's a double waste of the gold because it's so expensive to refresh.
Gia, you are absolutely right in that he does always have a golden Nomi, but I thought you were going to say, why is it, no matter whenever I look at RDU, whether it's this tournament or in Grandmasters, he's always high rolling super hard, and you also would have been correct in that statement.
Oh man, I don't want to trash talk too hard. It feels like that's Colin's job here. And no, it's primarily yours when it comes to Radu, and then when it's about Pirates and Shinbala, that is Colin's job. I'm going to try and just be the peacekeeper here, but oh my goodness, Radu is not going easy on anyone here. Tons of damage being chunked out. Honestly, it's a blessing for XQN to survive as Jandis, even if he doesn't necessarily scale that hard, because it largely seems like a game of who can avoid Radu at the moment.
And guDDummit getting some revenge from beyond the grave. I think it was him that eliminated Habugabu, but then his next matchup against a Ghost, he actually takes 7 damage and was perhaps even a little bit fortunate to survive there. But he does live to fight another day right now. And it's a big deal, of course, because his partner Silvername is out in 6th place, so guDDummit really needs to get on the grind here. And oh my goodness, that elemental is going to be enormous, Gia.
It really is, and the fact that it is the Crackling Cyclone, which does have Wind Fury and Divine Shield, means that this is kind of an X-Factor minion to put up front in the late game comps when your opponents are trying to maybe go for a Baron plus Selfless Poison setup. If your Crackling goes first, you can sometimes just snipe off 2 of the minions before they even get the Divine Shield put on them.
Gia, dream bigger. Not just Wind Fury, Mega Wind Fury, Gia.
Yep.
You can snipe off 4 minions from your opponent before they're able to do anything.
That's why we had to remove the Whirlwind Tempest. You couldn't give them Omega Wind Fury.
yeah, of course. That's just clearly overpowered. The next stage above that, of course, is Giga Wind Fury, and you don't even want to know what that does.
Oh, this poor Daryl. guDDummit. He did lose to a ghost, and now he is about to lose to the exact opposite of a ghost. Yeah, this was a good effort, and honestly, putting together the McCall with the Selfless Hero, honestly, he was a couple poisons away of maybe being able to fight back, but absolutely no game against the size of these elementals. It honestly feels like Chef Nomi is scaling harder than Little Rag these days.
It almost feels like RDU could have sold his entire board apart from the Crackling Cyclone and still won this fight with how huge it is. Like, it's absolutely absurd. He put his... he even understood how strong he is and put both of his genies up front to try and get them to die, and they're still not even close to dying. It's absurd power level from RDU this game.
But we must check in on Oliech as well, who is going to bite the dust care of Jandis. XQN honestly didn't seem that strong when we were looking at him facing up against Radu, but it's important to look in the context of the whole lobby because RDU is definitely the runaway favorite here, and anybody who can take second and help catch up to the red team is in a good spot, but we are down to a 3-man fight now.
Yeah, 3-man fight, and still from 3 different teams as well. AlexisDiesel's partner Oliech went out in 4th, so they certainly have the potential for the biggest round between the team. RDU's partner Habugabu in 8th, and XQN's partner Budilicious going down in 7th. So potentially a really big round here for the black team if AlexisDiesel is able to take home a 1st or 2nd place here.
Definitely feels like a 2nd, and I'm definitely... sorry, he is the one facing RDU next, so it feels like a 3rd, my mistake. AlexisDiesel, we were calling it a 3-man fight for formality's sake, but honestly, it's just RDU and a couple punching bags. What is he able to do with the size of that board? Well, the answer is play down a couple poisonous minions, but he does lack Divine Shield generation on the Spore and the Myaxna, so I don't think it'll be enough.
Yeah, and the Galdrin is by no means going to get anywhere close to the stats that RDU has on board right now. Look at just the size of that Wind Fury Elemental. Going to make a massive state of this board. Depending on how these attacks go down, yep, that's perfect for RDU. Gets to take out all the taunts before crashing into that poisonous minion at the end.
And even if it had hit the poison straight away, it's not just all about the Crackling Cyclone, which is the ludicrous thing about this. He has one insane minion, and then the rest of his board is still just 60 plus attack. It goes to show about the state of the meta, at least when it comes to how high you can scale with certain comps. We can check in over with XQN, though, to see if he will put together any type of way to beat that. Currently no poison on his side and the minions are a bit small, but we could see him go for just try and pick up a couple poisons. He already has the Amalgadon in hand, so maybe if Bob is really kind in the next shop.
Yeah, I think based on how badly he should have beaten this Ghost, which it is the 5th place Ghost currently, so it died several rounds ago, there's not going to be that much health on these Gars, and yeah, we see maximum health is 50 and 100 on the 2 Gars roughly, which yeah, is not going to be anywhere near enough to compete with what RDU was doing.
Yeah, even his non-Crackling Cyclone minions would be able to take out the Gars in 1 or 2 hits.
Yep.
There's a potential triple here. But honestly, the fact that they don't have enough attack on them is really big too.
I think the fact they don't have enough attack on them is a reason to combine them, because at least then you have one minion that does have a big attack on it, and you also get another discover opportunity at an Amalgadon here, right? Which is a big deal as well, to look for an extra Divine Shield poisonous minion.
Amalgadon really is going to be the big savior here, or even Mayaxna. He rolls the Divine Shield. Yeah, that is big. Gets the poisonous too, so he gets to keep this Toxfin in hand, so potentially could pick up some of these Murlocs in the shop if he survives the next fight. Still very doubtful, but a valiant effort.
100% saving this Toxfin for next game, Gia. That's what's happening here. See how much damage the Crackling Cyclone is going to do. It's going to take 2 attacks to even chew through that Gar, but it's going to get there because there's no poison here to really interrupt the chain. So it's going to chew through these massive taunts with aplomb. 3 of them down and value trade activated for a 4th attack now to potentially come through as well. Oh, absolutely decimated his board state with a single minion.
I believe that Golden Guard deserves an honorable mention for being able to survive 1 hit.
Yes.
And that will mean RDU with another great performance, and similarly to the story of last lobby, shoring up for Habugabu's performance.
Yes, that is a very, very big deal. It's very different to how we saw things going for them yesterday, where it was just complete dominance for both of them. It was first and second, or it was first and third, or it was second and third. You know, they were absolutely crushing every single lobby between the two of them. Not quite as successful this time around, but if one out of the 2 players continues to be successful in every lobby that we have, that is going to put them in very, very good standing for a first place overall.
It's true, because they were already, as of last lobby, ahead in the standings, but the good 3rd and 4th finish for the black team puts them now at a tied spot with Habugabu and RDU, who are averaging 3.5 points in the last couple of rounds. Budilicious and guDDummit also tied 4 points below, so largely still anybody's game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Red right now, it is Habugabu who's laying things down just a little bit. He has the Mr. Bigglesworth curve right now. You win your first game, you think, wow, this hero's sick, I'm going to pick him every time. 8th. Okay, unlucky, never picking this cat again. He needs to buck his ideas up from this point, because 8th twice in a row is certainly not what he wants to be looking at based on the results that he had yesterday. But he has been trying to scrap his way through with some pretty interesting hero choices, let's say.
Absolutely. We do know that as of yesterday, Habugabu and RDU were both the highest performing individual players, with RDU clocking in at 2.8 average placement, Habugabu at 3, which is insane to think about. So far, with more of a sample size, it definitely feels like Habugabu has been leveled down a bit closer to the middle of the pack, but RDU definitely still continuing his hot streak. The important thing is, though, if things continue on as they're going, with the red team taking a top and a bottom placement and averaging out to the middle because of that, and if everybody just stays level with them, it's still going to come out in the red team's favor, because our tiebreaker does depend on who gets the most first place finishes, followed by second place.
Yeah, and that is a very big deal indeed. If they keep winning lobbies, you know, there should be some reward, right? Like, winning lobbies is what you're here to do. And even though this point system that we have is a lot more flat and doesn't reward spiking the first as much as some other point breakdowns might do, since it's a flat distribution but through the rankings, winning lobbies is still winning lobbies, and you want to be rewarded for that. So it does factor into the tiebreakers if it gets to that point. And as unlikely as that might sound, it's already happened once this weekend, where the tiebreaker was used on Friday, I believe, to decide who was able to finish second. So it could absolutely come down to that, and all of these clutch first places from RDU and admittedly Habugabu as well might just come into play.
It is very true. Don't forget, everybody, these teams are fighting for their share of a $10,000 prize pool. So every single point that they can eke out will be important in the grand scheme of things. And we will tune in again to RDU, who has been the best performing individual player of the entire weekend, with his pick between Lich King and Nozdormu.
Yeah, I do favor Lich King a little more myself, but I know that RDU is a pretty big fan of Nozdormu overall, so interested to see which way he's going to go here. There's also the Nemesis, George and Nefarian, available in the lobby together, neither of which really see that much play anymore. But I remember the very, very early days of Battlegrounds, where the interaction between those two heroes was particularly cute to see.
They can go fight off in some other lobby, some other
Yes.
tavern, because
Yes.
RDU will be sticking with the Lich King here. Generally, I do think this is the stronger hero in the meta, but maybe it was a small consideration that beasts are banned from this lobby, so you can lose some of the synergy that you get with Lich King in the early game, putting the Reborn on something like a Kindly Grandmother, but double Elemental Start, that is some economy.
Yeah, no reason not to freeze here. This does not by any means signal RDU's intention to buy this second Elemental. He is simply freezing this shop because the only possible Tavern 1 shop that he cares about has 2 more Elementals in it, right? So he's actually increasing his chances of that happening by freezing this shop. But still, in most scenarios, I'm pretty sure he's just going to Tavern up and let this go.
Yeah, I've seen a very similar situation, I think, on the first day with Collins, where there was 3 of the same minion in the shop in our practice run, where he did say that tripling a micro machine that earlier on is probably a bait, but there's no reason not to freeze the 2 that are already in the shop in the case that Bob gives you a token, and then it becomes more economically viable to go for that triple.
Gia, my brain is actually too small to know how this works with Omu. Like, that is so much gold in the early game. guDDummit, I think, is currently working that situation out now as whether this additional economy from the second Elemental can actually help him ramp even faster here.
It doesn't feel like it off of first instinct because I do think he wants to hit some of the tier 2 minions, but again, we saw RDU freezing there even though he wasn't necessarily going to buy it. What the first Elemental already being on his board means is that next turn he can actually level and buy, which normally with Omu, I think I see them most often level on the 6 gold turn and buy then, but he has that extra gold from this Elemental to still maintain a pretty wide board. But these are not good shop minions.
Not at all, no. Does have access to the cup at least, which normally the cup is like the savior of bad shops, right? If that's in there, you can normally at least put something together, but there is also the opportunity to just make a very, very greedy level play here again because of all this extra gold that he has had available. But I do respect this double buy. Like you said, the natural curve here for Omu dictates that you level next turn and not this one.
Right, the cup definitely giving him a bit more of fighting power, but it's still quite scary because it's a Yogg on the other side. Why don't we check in with AlexisDiesel, who Yogg is a hero that definitely is at his most powerful up to around 7 gold, I would say, where you get very good chances of taking down wins without any damage. But I do find the most interesting decisions with Yogg are when players decide to actually use the hero power to try and get extra stats, and when that's safe enough, when there's not necessarily the guarantee that you'll get the minion you want.
Yeah, personally, I tend to just use the Yogg hero power as an early game thing, and then just imagine that I don't have a hero power in the late game, because even if you are going to roll like 60%ers, right? Like, you're only saving 1 gold in a lot of positions to make that payoff, and you still whiff 40% of the time. So I do feel like you have to be high rolling to make that payoff in the late game, but just the advantage you get from buying minions cheaply in the early game, I still think makes Yogg a pretty powerful hero overall.
It's true, but honestly, that board right there, that was 50-50 for the hero power to just get you +1/+1 on the stats. And honestly, if I were just playing a normal game on ladder, nothing could have stopped me from going for the higher roll and sometimes also getting an extra refresh at the end of that. But AlexisDiesel going for the safe play, absolutely warranted here for that Party Rock combo.
I'm going to queue into Silvername on Toki here, who looks like he has done something fairly ambitious here, just rolling very early for a Tavern 3 minion instead of following the normal curves and picking up Tavern 2 minions. Does have a Salty Looter to his name, but certainly not the most impressive looking opening, and we see the big punish coming in. I think Silvername is going to have to hit something fairly spectacular fairly quickly, or he is going to start bleeding enormous amounts of health in these next few fights. He's queuing into RDU on Lich King right now, who you would imagine Lich King is extremely powerful this turn.
It is super scary, and Silvername does have 2 tier 3 minions on his shop, but they don't synergize with anything he already has. Going for the roll, and Bolvar is a pretty premium result. The captain also has some synergy with the Salty Looter and the Scallywag he already has on board, but would you maybe favor the Shredder just because of it being a better individual minion?
It's close, right? Because the captain is a 3/3 that adds +1/+1 to your salty looter, +1/+1 to your 2/1 death rattle, and +1/+1 to the minion that comes out of the 2/1 death rattle. So they're actually very comparable in stats overall between the two. So I think I might actually still favor the captain here, even though Collins is probably screaming not to get baited by pirates right now.
I think I would take it to mostly for the fact that it's a long-term buff on the salty looter just by virtue of playing a pirate. So on top of all the factors you said a while ago, you're not too sad to eventually sell it off later on anyway.
That's right. Yeah, I guess actually I misspoke. It's actually a +2/+2 buff to the salty looter in terms of immediate board presence, right? So that's actually quite a big deal.
But that first value trade from the Steward of Time onto the captain was pretty good for RDU. And never underestimate Bolvar though, just the 7 health and the fact that a lot of the minions on this tier don't have more than 3 health anyway means that it's able to clean up all the rest for a perfect buy.
Yeah, that Bolvar roll was huge for Silvername because like I said, a smaller minion there would have got him in trouble. And oh, Silvername, 28 health, bottom of the lobby, very, very weird looking board state. Now you're getting baited into playing pirates. Like, oh, this is not where you want to be right now.
Oh, it's true, but is this really a bait? I mean, he's on tier 3. That's a tier 3 minion. Then he can still refresh and buy the tier 4. He goes for it. I am into this. And so he's looking for the Rip Snarl captain mainly, but you'll take another Bolvar.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you're right in that bait is probably the wrong word. Like, bait suggests that you're making a mistake in buying it there, which I don't think Silvername is. It's just... What I should have said, I guess, is you're being dealt pirates, and that's not really what you want to be being dealt, right? You still have to buy them because they're the best thing you're being offered, but you would much rather be building something else right now, I think.
And while we talk about Mama Bear being defining for Beast, Bran for Murloc, Genie for just about everything else for pirates, the direction-defining minion, in my opinion, is Captain Hogger, because if you don't actually find that, it is really tough to keep scaling the board with pirates. We do know that he is facing off against teammate guDDummit, so Silvername scuffs his positioning a little bit. Not super sure if that was entirely necessary, but maybe the fact that the Bolvar is there is the kicking point.
Insane. Actually ends up insane because of the Reborn and Death Rattle sequencing. That was actually very hard to resolve at the end because of the weird sequencing with not only the Death Rattle Pirate from the Scallywag, but then also the Reborn and the Spawn of N'Zoth Death Rattle going off, but it ends up being a perfect tie, so very nicely engineered between the two players.
Absolutely. Checking in with Budilicious now. He has the Bran and the Murlocs, and he is Jandis. The only small problem is that he's not on tier 5 just yet. He's facing off against RDU, who is extremely healthy, so it's just a decision of whether he feels safe enough to level at this point, because when you hit tier 5, you have access to the all-important King Bogurgle, which is one of the premium Jandis bounced.
It is, but I think the absolute premium target is the Primal Fin Lookout, which he could find right now. I'm actually a little surprised that Budilicious is putting so much gold into poisoning all of his minions this early. I do think a few rolls might have been beneficial here just to look for one of those better payoff bounces now that he does already have the Bran available. But every battle cry that he's playing is, of course, scaling his board quite significantly, not only with the poison effect, but also with that crowd favorite in play.
I am slightly worried for him, though, because everything you said is absolutely true. The poison on your minions doesn't matter so much this early when they're fragile and are very much just glass cannons. RDU has a decent-sized board here. Elemental Synergy definitely going to be rolling for Nomi after this fight.
Me first, says RDU. Actually, doesn't matter because there is the Spawn of N'Zoth leading, so he is going to be able to get that Genie value no matter what. Very nice for RDU. Ooh, picks up the Elemental triple as well, I believe, between the Water Droplet he has in hand and the Elemental he already has on board. That is a triple setup for him.
Yeah, that is very key because he's already on tier 5, so there's now potential to just discover into Lil Rag straight away and even maybe skip over the Nomi setup.
See what he ends up with here. This is going to be a pretty difficult turn to navigate, whether he wants to roll down on tier 5, whether he wants to use all this extra gold that he's going to get here just to push to 6 straight away while discovering a 6 drop as well. Looks like he immediately snaps into the rolls, stops now to consider both the Selfless Hero and I'm sure the Murozond as well. It's amazing. Like, this is an anomaly of the human condition that I'm pretty sure our memories aren't that bad. But have you ever seen a Murozond in the shop and remembered what your last opponent played without checking it? I don't think I've done that once. I have to check every single time. It was 20 seconds ago. How can I not remember that?
You're right, but purely because we were casting, he had a bunch of Murlocs. And I can't really remember which ones. But the fact that RDU has a brand of his own, the big potential from the Murozond was maybe getting the brand. But oh my goodness, Golden Tavern Tempest. This is so nuts.
Golden Tavern Tempest with the brand, and he hits the Gar as well off the triple. And now that is so much extra value. Gets the Bran activation of the Stasis Elemental as well to put a bunch of extra elementals in the shop. Rolls through them though. This is going to be a very hard turn to complete here for RDU, but I think he is just about going to get there with the Major Domo.
I really hope he got that in because it's going to be the biggest single Major Domo buff I've seen in a turn. It doesn't get to use his hero power though, which is really big. No additional value from the Genie.
That's actually huge. Yeah, not only that, but he also roped out playing probably the Arcane Assistant there, which would have been a +2/+2 buff to his entire board, and an additional buff from the Major Domo as well. So he could have been significantly stronger this turn, given a couple of extra seconds.
Depending on where that last trade go, it could have been a tie, but it will mean that Silvername picks up the win here. We saw in RDU's first shop that round that there was a Captain Hogger. I do wish he could donate it to Silvername. But for now, let's see what RDU can do. Another Tavern Tempest.
How are you still rolling Tavern Tempests? How have you not tripled any of these minions in your hand with the amount of elementals that you're generating?
I was about to ask exactly the same thing, but he has hit the Chef Nomi now, which is absolutely huge because there's now value in cycling all of these elementals outside of just looking for triples. Every single generation he gets from here on out is going to be huge.
Again with the Murozond. I hate this play. Like, I know it's technically correct in that situation, but you know your opponent had it utter trash. So what did you do? You just wasted 10 seconds buying that Murozond and selling the 3 minions, right? Like, I really don't like players doing that in situations where you know your opponent has nothing that you want from the Murozond.
It could just be that when you have this muscle memory of buying and selling and are able to react to what you've actually generated, it might even save you more time than looking over your opponent's composition.
Sure, no, okay, that is a good point. Yeah, that is another way of looking at it for sure.
Does end up selling the brand here because it's really only the Tavern Tempest that he can get value from now that he's committed to major elementals. Lilirag at the very last second, and it's going to be a gigantic...
Yes,
okay.
I think actually probably Nomi closer to the front there because he actually does want a board space here, right? Before the Genie dies and gets the reborn because it's golden. It's going to drop 2 elementals, so he actually needs a lot of board spaces here. Really wants this Murloc to go left. Does end up going right, so he's going to miss out on some value here. I think that was a small potential mistake there from RDU as well, not queuing up his Chef Nomi in the first position to try and open up some board space.
It does mean though that he will get to deal additional damage now that Igar has survived here, which is probably just the lethal here on XQN.
Yeah, very true. And speaking of lethal, Budilicious is going to take the lethal for a guaranteed 8th place there as well. Doesn't matter who else is going to die. Budilicious was in 8th place going into the round, so it looks like Budilicious is going out in 8th place here as well. But RDU does send XQN straight down to the graveyard of 3-letter acronyms where he belongs.
Yeah, only one can reign supreme, just like between RDU and Language Hacker. You have to pick one Romanian that you root for. Oh, triple potential on the Deflectobot, which is normally not a minion that you necessarily want to combine, but the fact that he was not able to get scaling on a secondary Deflectobot, I wouldn't mind the triple here.
Yeah, I think certainly the dance is going to happen though, and yeah, he is just treating that 3rd Deflectobot as a +2/+2. Considers that better than any potential card that he could triple into here, which I actually do kind of agree with as well.
That's true. Looking that he's just actually on tier 3 because he's been dancing this whole time, it absolutely makes sense. It's just that he is going to overshoot a little bit of gold, so I do want to see him level at some point if there is just going to be maximum dancing on the Deflectobot.
Yeah, he was going to sell the Free Dealing Gambler there, but then recognized that was a bad decision. Now he can go to 10 and just pick up the Deflectobot here and just preserve the other minions in his hand. And he now finds another premium Divine Shield target with perfect gold allocation as well. This is very nicely done. This is a small detail that a lot of people miss while playing Daryl, is that you don't necessarily want to dance with every minion in your hand. You want to dance to a perfect curve where when you roll once, you have a multiple of 3 gold remaining after that point. So you're able to just continuously buy minions from the next shop as well. And Oliech was actually able to do that perfectly on a very difficult turn to navigate.
That is huge, especially since he did also end that next shop on another danceable target immediately with the Bronze Warden. So that justifies sometimes when you don't want to level as Daryl. It's because on tier 3 there are just quite a few Divine Shield minions at the moment. Crackling Cyclone also a big one here.
Yeah, this lobby is almost perfect for Daryl. It has Dragons in for the 2-1 Reborn, it has Elementals in for the 4-1 Divine Shield, and it has Mechs in for all the Divine Shields that makes available. The only thing Daryl is missing is that one token possibility from the Beast being banned, but Murlocs are available as well for the additional token.
Okay, that is certainly bait, but the problem is he cannot isolate the Bronze Warden without tripling the Deflectobot. And so he does end up having to roll over. It feels bad.
That is horrific. What were there, 2 spaces in that shop that he'd frozen? He froze and bought 2 minions, so one of those 2 minions has to be exactly the Deflectobot triple at that point. That is very unfortunate indeed.
Interesting, though, that he did get a possible reroll on the Bronze Warden with 2 minions that actually have some slight benefit if he picks up a different dragon. But at this point, he is going to just roll over, and he gets the triple now on the Micro Mummy.
And Gia, everyone's getting offered the Captain Hogger, apart from the one player that needs it, as far as we know from Silvername. Oliech, of course, turns it down there as well, just picks up a Sneeds for the maximum stats available that turn instead. Does get back his Bronze Warden, though, if he wants to now try and set this up on a Tavern 4-shot dance instead.
A while ago, while we were going crazy about the dancing turn, we did see Habugabu also bite the dust there. That's another bottom 4 finish for him, which means RDU has his work cut out for him. For Silvername here, this feels a little bit unintuitive to have an unstable duel with your Divine Shield comp, but he is facing his teammate.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the most creative ways I've seen for 2 players to try and tie with each other. But honestly, with Silvername on 2 and guDDummit on 31, you could have just argued, like Silvername, go ahead, like try and win this fight as hard as you possibly can. But who am I to judge, Gia? They have pulled it off yet again. Another perfect tie from the 2 players. Absolutely insane stuff.
Amazing. I feel like this is the first time we've seen a player actively buy a minion to scuff their comp for the team fight instead of just kind of replacing the positioning. And I don't know how they're able to manage perfect ties there, because if one thing goes wrong or too far in the other direction, Silvername was just out there.
Yes, there is certainly an element of luck to it. You know, we've praised players multiple times for like, wow, that was so well set up. Like, you can't set it up 100% of the time, right? You're never going to get your stats reporting 100% tie unless you're right in the early game. But you can get it as close as possible and as common as possible and just rely on a little bit of good fortune. And that's what a lot of these players are starting to do more and more very well as the tournament goes on.
And hugely rewarding now for guDDummit and Silvername, because they are the only complete team still standing in this top 4. RDU, of course, having to shore up Habugabu, and Alexis having to compromise for Oliech. Although Oliech with the 5th place finish is not too bad whatsoever.
Yeah, pretty nice lobby for the black team overall. But yeah, certainly guDDummit and Silvername are looking in pretty promising shape. I will say that I think Silvername is about tapped out based on what we saw from his comp. He's very, very strong right now, but when you look at the scaling that, say, Alexis has here, with the Amalgadons coming down, with the Genie still potentially giving him some insane outcomes, and then what RDU in particular is doing, I do think Silvername is probably next on the chopping block right now.
I would agree. AlexisDiesel does have this elemental synergy. I'm not sure how quickly it's going to scale, but it's a big deal that he misses on the Divine Shield on his Amalgam, which is going to be more difficult for him to put together that type of scam comp to try and counter on the other side.
That was such a clutch Wind Fury trade. The 17 health on the cleave looked so important, but then suddenly the 13 health on the Wind Fury minion became far more important to be able to create the value trade. And yeah, as predicted, AlexisDiesel is going to put an end to Silvername's lobby. But shoutouts to Silvername, I think he's done great there. He obviously had a bad start, he was playing a mediocre hero, and when that happens, you have to scrap for top 4. That's if you're playing ladder, that's how you gain MMR, right? Your bad games, you look for 4th or 5th. Your good games, you look for 1st. And I think in Silvername's position in this tournament, it's very much the same there. Recognized he was in a poor position and just scrapped for every single position that he could find, and I think did very, very well to end up 4th there.
And I think it also just... Oh, wow. Did guDDummit just die there from first place?
I mean, have you seen RDU's board?
Okay. That is true, but I was going to bring up a point where because Silvername knew that he was in a bad spot, maybe that's why he was so willing to play the ghoul and sometimes just die there straight up to his teammate. He's just saying, I don't even want to scratch you to give you the best chance of finishing even higher because I already know my run is finished.
Right.
But it seems all for naught if guDDummit did actually... he didn't get quite knocked out, but that was a huge chunk of damage he took.
Yeah, it was a big hit. Finds himself down in 3rd place now, but it will be Dummit, I believe, that's facing the Ghost here. Yes, because Alexis and RDU are facing off here. And I think with the 15 health that Alexis has available, he's going to find himself in rocky territory. Have not visited RDU in some time, so I'm sure we will be shocked and appalled by the size of his board. Yep, absolutely. Look at the size of those minions, Gio.
I would like a Gar Hall of Fame here because I feel like this is in 2nd place currently that we've seen this weekend with 300 health. There was a 400 one at some point, and RDU still has time to get up there. But the real kicking point here is that Alexis was not really able to find poison on his amalgams, which means that there's very little counterplay to a composition like this. If the Deadly Spore can maybe hit the Gar and the Crackling Cyclone hits the Molten Rocks, but it's already too late for that, then he could have survived with little HP left potentially.
Sorry, so what you were saying was the exact opposite of what ended up happening, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, okay. Just wanted to be sure.
But this is perfect for RDU. His Genie still ends up dying, so of course he gets value while also taking out the opponent.
And it dies again, and there are multiple 6 drops left over in play, which means this is going to be roughly 1 million damage going over to AlexisDiesel, and RDU once again is going to be securing a top 2 finish. And I think we'd like to take a look at Dummit here, because RDU's job is mostly done, and Dummit knows what he has to do to be able to hunt this board state down from RDU, because he just lost against it in the previous fight before the one we just watched.
Correct, and he's already accumulated some of those tools in the hand, all of these meant for a Murloc Poison transition. Honestly, there's still missing Divine Shield generators because the rest of his board could pretty much just be useless outside of maybe the taunt to help you direct some hits.
Look at how tiny he is, Gia. It's so adorable in comparison to what RDU is doing. So yeah, he's absolutely doing the right thing. Goes for max rolls on the Amalgadon, hits absolute steaming garbage for every single adapt on the Amalgadon. That's unfortunate. But he is just going to try and have to build up as many poisonous minions as he possibly can.
Didn't hit the Toxfin off of the Primal Fin either. He has another roll on it. But on top of that, there's just not enough Divine Shields to get enough poison hits.
He does have that Divine Shield on his Amalgadon that's going to come out from the Nadina, though, which certainly can end up being helpful.
We can do the math pretty much straight up here, right? There is just 4 maximum poison hits on the other side, and all of the other minion attack is irrelevant here, so that will mean it's 100% for RDU.
Oh, the discrepancies. Oh my goodness. How the other half lives, Gia.
But it's funny that when it does get to points like this, it is really just Murlocs that have the chance of taking down the Elementals. The cycle and I don't think that's how evolution works, but it all comes back to primitive minions being able to take down these giant Elementals.
Yeah, pretty sure that's the exact opposite of how evolution works, Gia, actually, if you want to get technical about it.
Yep.
But regardless, it's going to look like RDU with another crushing victory. We asked the question, right? Could he possibly pick up where he left off yesterday? And the answer after 4 rounds now is a defining and definitive yes. RDU is just absolutely dominating this tournament right now.
It is just a streak of unimaginable quality. It's super rare that we see this in Constructed even, and I would think that's even rarer to see in Battlegrounds because there's so many moving parts. But just the fact that RDU has been able to put in this incredible performance continuing from yesterday has to mean that even a team with the confidence of guDDummit and Silvername have to be quaking in their boots a little bit right now.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It was a good lobby for them, for sure, with Silvername scrapping for the 4th and then Dummit hanging around for a little bit after that as well. But with the power of what RDU's putting in, I think he is just going to have a small lead there at the top. Yeah, Dummit and Silvername have certainly closed the gap. But again, it's closer than you might suspect, right? Because right now you have to shine the spotlight on Habugabu as not really putting the work in terms of results for his team right now. RDU doing all the heavy lifting in trying to secure that lion's share of the $10,000 prize pool.
And by virtue of that, the black and green team have been able to creep a little bit closer. It's just 1 and 2 points of difference here because they've been putting those consistent middle ground finishes in as a team. In terms of the pattern of how the points are broken down between the 4 teams, we're seeing this a lot similar to day 1, where it was 3 teams close to each other, and unfortunately the white team lagging behind around the halfway point, which is where we're at right now. Yesterday it was the same distribution but in the opposite direction with one team super far ahead. So I do think that this makes for a little bit more drama and intensity, but still I don't want to count the yellow team out just yet because we've only seen 50% of the games today.
Yeah, and obviously the dynamic as to, which placements are important has changed here because we are now in the finals and these players are just straight up scrapping for position, right? Like 3rd is just outright better than 4th. Your prize money increases at that point. You finish 3rd instead of finishing 4th. Whereas on Friday or Saturday, the break point really just was at that top 2. You were either in that top 2 or you were out of it. So the fact that one of the teams is being cast off a little bit towards the bottom is actually even worse for them in this position because they're even losing sight of 3rd place in this spot and kind of relegating themselves to the wooden spoon in this position.
And because we've already reached the halfway point, you can probably expect to see the players that are falling a bit behind go for riskier strategies, maybe going for heroes like Reno that can end up being extremely strong, maybe even the Cat if things work out for them. It does have to mean that they need to be a bit more adventurous with their picks to compensate for the big gap falling behind. In contrast, the other 3 teams that are close to each other might continue with their consistent strategies. But really, Sjow, the only consistent thing I've been seeing today is RDU with giant elementals.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be his comfort zone right now is just curving into that Genie, curving into that Gar. He even mentioned earlier, I was watching his stream again before we went live today, and he threw out the line, if they don't patch Genie soon, I'm going to be rank 1 on ladder. Quote RDU. Like, that happened. He feels very, very comfortable in this current metagame. I think he's one of the few that really has adjusted super quickly to this position.
That's right. Aladdin only got 3 wishes, but RDU has about 3 million from his genies. And on that note, we will send you guys off to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we're back, it's the next half of the day. Hello, everybody. You're watching the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup. This is Sjow once again, now joined by Educated Collins, where it is now the second half of the day. We're about to enter Lobby 5 and beyond. And Collins, if you caught any of the last two lobbies, anything that particularly stuck out to you?
Yeah, I think the big story so far has been RD and Habugabu. Habugabu had a really good performance in the first match, but he's been slacking behind, getting 8s and 6s. And it's quite distinct because even though RD has been winning the lobbies, they're so close to the other teams because the other teams have been very consistent in getting second, fourth, third, and fifth. Right? They're scrapping points. If you get first, you only get seventh, and if you get second and third, you get 11. So it's a team game. You have to make sure both of you are on point for these days.
That's right. And we do tune in with RDU once again with two premium hero choices. What do you think about the Jandice over the Omu?
I think depending on what minion types are available, it really determines. If Murlocs are in the lobby, I think RD really has a game plan of going for victories, right? So Elementals being in the pool is definitely a composition that Jandice loves, and Murlocs as well being in the pool, definitely another composition that Jandice loves. And those two are the compositions that seem to be dominating this final tournament, right? We haven't really been seeing any Caligoses at all so far, so he's looking for the compositions that can give him the most success.
That is true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But honestly, we have been focusing on RDU so much because he's had this hot streak. But like you mentioned a while ago, the other teams are hot on his heels. The black team and the green team only within 1 or 2 points of range away. It is really the yellow team that has a lot of heavy lifting to do. Two players at the top there, XQN and Budilicious. For Oliech, though, he is on Lord Barov, which is a hero that we've seen throughout the weekend already be extra strong when you're able to get that information from your teammate. But he's not going for the turn 1 gamble, which I like.
The likelihood that you see a lot of ties in turn 1 is really high, so it does make sense. If you look at this board, only one person took damage here, so he makes the correct assessment knowing that the likelihood that people will be tying here is extremely high, deciding not to gamble and holding on to extra gold.
We have seen a player go for a turn 1 gamble, but I think you're absolutely spot on. A lot of the minions that are premium to buy start trading very well with each other, especially since Elemental got introduced as a premium token minion. But now he's going to go for the first gamble. And between Toki and Reno, they both have like sort of the same curve in the thought that they don't necessarily have a power spike this early.
Yeah, they both mostly leveled. You kind of have to look at their minion type and see which one has a higher likelihood of it. I do want to bring note that Silvername's getting Toki again. When I was last casting, he had a lot of unfortunate like lower tier heroes, and we come back to him again in another weak one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he was on Toki just a while ago, and he ended up getting some Bolvars off the rolls, which was enough to coast into a 4th place finish, which is definitely good for a tournament like this. An ugly tier 2 shop for Habugabu, though. Only one minion that really has the health on it to make it worth buying.
He does get a pair. Even though these picks are not the strongest, he does at least get to pick up a pair and hopefully triple into something for the Reno to hero power.
True. When Bob doesn't offer you any of those more offensive minions, you'll probably just end up taking a token for more economy later on. But it's really tough to take additional damage as Reno because you're really dependent on being able to be healthy enough to use the hero power on a higher value minion later on.
Yeah, he's a little bit lucky here. He could have taken definitely more damage than 3 that he's gonna take. He's on 2. I mean, he's on 1, so he's only taking 2 damage here. Interesting. Yeah.
That is not something I see often from Edwin players, but we do see here for Oliech the results of his last bet are...
How's it going out there?
Oh, he did not bet last turn. Looks like.
Yeah, either he didn't bet or he failed the bet. Either way, those are very hurtful. I think it's very weird to not bet considering that he has that elemental. So even if he didn't have the gold, he could have still sold 2 bets. So I'm assuming that he bet, but just got it wrong.
I could have sworn that there's an animation if you get it wrong, and I just didn't see it. But maybe I am blind. For this next bet, though, RD, you definitely... I mean, you would think Jandice is going to be in a good position in the early game, but he is currently last place.
Yeah, it looks like RDU start didn't work out for him. You saw that he hero powered the 2-1 at the beginning, trying to get the 2-4 without taking damage, but got the 2-2 instead, and it still has it in his board state. So he really got punished for avoiding that 2 damage. Ends up taking significantly more than 2 damage if he decided not to be greedy.
He is just continuing with the greed strategy, which honestly, it's been working for him so far, just holding the triples to try and hit those tier 5 minions as consistently as possible. But we'll see now if he feels that he needs to take a minion a bit sooner, because he only has access to a tier 4 minion at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games where you're really going to see how greedy or consistent they can be, because he's in definitely one of the rougher spots to be in right now, and we're gonna have to wait and see if he wants to go for the 4 or is he gonna greed for a 5 here still.
Does end up with a pretty good swap in terms of the amount of stats he gets back, and we do see that he is apparently holding on to the Murloc Scout even farther. RDU is committed to being able to get genies as soon as possible, and who can blame him, honestly?
Yeah, you can see his game plan that maybe you guys could try implementing in your own games, just forcing for genies and just abuse the fact that they're giving you a ton of tier 6, a ton of little rags, a ton of guards and things like that. So he really doesn't really care how much damage he's taking as long as he can go for the elemental triple.
He will be facing off against AlexisDiesel, who last time we kind of glanced over at him had this weird curve with Edwin where he didn't level soon enough, and here on 7 gold he is still on tier 2, and it's mainly because I suppose Bob offered him his pick of Murlocs in the shop, already had a golden on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I think the reason that he didn't level early is because he started with two Tide Callers or something like that, and realized that that was a really good start for him to continue hero power.
Economy-wise, definitely so, but this will be finally the turn for RDU to pay off the triple he's been hoarding this whole time.
He gets 2.
Yep.
He gets 2.
Huge.
And he
there's
hits
the
the
genie.
Jin. Yeah, so you can really see that how his game plan is for this this tournament. He's really just looking for those elemental triples and hoping that they'll be good enough to carry him into the late game, because you can really see how strong those elementals can be once you start getting those immediate triples. I think he might take the brand just because it has really good synergy with Battlecries and Nomi and Jandis, so we'll see what.
Jandis is this real sticking point here. I mean, I'm worried for his current board state in terms of stats. He is, however, facing off against Habugabu, which is huge because this is probably the last weak turn for RDU in terms of board stats. And so the fact that he's facing off against somebody that won't deal the lethal damage to him is going to make all the difference for staying power.
Yeah, I definitely want to highlight that this is a play of a person that's played a ton of this patch. He really understands that these are the minions I need. I need to get the elementals. I need to get the Jins. I need to get the Murlocs. I need to get the Divine Shields. He holds on to a triple in his hand for at least 2 to 3 turns. You don't ever really see that in normal gameplay. People just tend to play their triples immediately, and you can really see a fundamental understanding of what he needs to do to win these lobbies.
As for Habugabu, though, he definitely has a bit more promise in this lobby as well, because we can already see he got the Mama Bear and goldened it off of the hero power, I assume. Yeah.
It's almost frustrating to see how often that you're getting these tier 6 minions from the genies. Almost every time we see them get a hit in the early game, oh look, here's a little rag. Oh look, here's another, another guard. It's just so consistent to go for the early genie and hope that they give you a composition after that.
So wild. He already just has 3 different minion types at the moment and the brand. So Amalgadon is the perfect one to get in this situation. And of course, it does hit Poison, Divine Shield, Wind Fury with that many rolls.
Yeah, he's even playing Jandis, so even if he doesn't get a hit that he likes, he can just hero power it again and go for even more stats.
I was going to ask you if you think that is necessary at this point, because I do feel like the Amalgadon is of a good enough size at the moment that I would look to hero power something else, but he doesn't necessarily have a jug or something that he really wants to mouse.
I don't think he needed to do that. I think the reason why he hero powered is because he's planning on leveling to 5. So he has the 3/4 on the board. He can hero power it and at least buff it and play it again. So I think that's the rationale where normally you would roll, but he doesn't want to roll on 4. He wants to roll on 5, get those elemental pairs. So that's the
Definitely
reason.
makes a lot of sense. The Amalgadon at that size this turn can carry the entire composition, and now he's just gonna have full gold access to all of the big power spikes later on.
Yeah, it does look like the Ragnar's got the got the ability to trigger before turn 9, so he got the extra buffs this turn. That might give him the stats he needs to stay alive or not lose here.
Oh, it's tough. The fact that the Soralisk stayed alive at 1 HP was big there to put a dent on this Amalgadon.
Yeah, he also does have the extra Divine Shields going off, so I do think the Bronze Warden will be able to clean up the rest of the board. But it was a close battle, and you can really see how powerful that Amalgadon is this early.
It's true, and RDU is going to scale out of control, but I'm quite curious to see where AlexisDiesel is at, because it's been a while since we actually got to see how the Murlocs panned out. He has started leveling now, but he's still 1 tier off of the brand. There is a Primal Fin though.
Yeah, so it looks like he tripled into the Burgurgle, and that's been giving him a lot of leeway to be able to just level and go to 5 here. So he's in a good spot now. Oh, deciding not to level here. Doesn't care about going to 5 and looking for more Burgurgles. Just looking for stats so that he can end on a hero power, it seems.
Oh, this type of play makes me think that he's a bit scared for his stats on the next fight, but normally with this much health on Murlocs, I would be very excited to just go to tier 5 here so he can really hit the big power spike of looking for Bran.
Yeah, this is a play that a lot of people do sometimes when they're not sure how strong they are in comparison to the lobby. I do think it would have made a lot of sense to level up to 5 here and just guarantee a brand, because the issue with staying on 4 here is the window to level gets smaller and smaller. People get out strong extremely fast, and once you miss that window, you realize that you'll take too much damage when you level.
That's right. I mean, the turn you choose to level can be the difference of whether you take maybe 12 damage versus 20 damage, and the timing is definitely something that takes a while to get a grasp of, but definitely AlexisDiesel has more information than we do. He maybe saw that XQN had a decent board, and there is a Mama Bear on the other side, but it does look like his stats will still be able to take down most of them.
Yeah, he probably had a really good chance to level this turn and just be on 5 and hit a brand, because what you're going to see from his board now is he's really going to start struggling that he doesn't have the ability to get a brand or anything that could give him that heavy skilling that other opponents will have.
Still, it's not necessarily a huge blowout. He does save himself a little bit of HP in the immediacy, but I agree. I would have liked to have seen a level there. But with Oliech, it's been a while since we've seen the Barov, but that is a massive hit, of course, from RDU. He's only bottom in terms of health, but in terms of the power of his board, he is definitely in first place right now.
You can really see that RDU has this game plan of just killing other people. Seems to be the one always knocking other people out of the game in the early game, so he really understands how to do that quickly and just punish people for not scaling as fast as he is.
The one big thing is I feel like these turns where we've seen RDU go for the very greedy levels all the way up to tier 4 to discover into a 5-drop, he's been facing off against his teammate consistently. So he knows that he's not going to die, even though against maybe some other comp, the fact that he had so little stats for that point could have been a disaster. So it definitely feels like the stars are aligning for them. But to be fair, AlexisDiesel, even though he's staying at 4, it's consistently picking up Toxfins, and with the Selfless Hero, he might just be thinking, I don't even need Bran, I need Baron with the Selfless.
Yeah, it looks like his game plan here is not really going for the big Murloc skilling, but just trying to find poisons. That is one strategy. The issue is that it's gonna quickly become difficult once people start scaling and people are using compositions that are not just Murlocs.
It's true. I mean, this type of way of approaching Murlocs, which is make it anti-elementals right away, can just lose to the people that are maybe going for Beast comps or Death Rattle type comps. And at the moment, the fact that he doesn't have very much poison on the Murlocs to begin with means that the Jandis from RDU is going to be dealing tons of damage.
He's actually has the position to tie here. Yeah, he's actually going to get the win even. So what the poisons were actually strong enough to snipe the minions that RDU put in the beginning, and the rest of RDU's minions weren't good enough to stack with the rest of the Murlocs.
Yeah, the last few trades at the end there were quite fortunate. And to be fair to AlexisDiesel, if he knew he was going to run up into mostly elemental comps from here on out, then skipping just tier 5 altogether does make quite some sense. I never thought to approach it that way, but you can see now he's just looking for the triple on the Selfless, and then he'll start looking for Baron or even Macaw.
Yeah, you can see this is an adaptation that's made from playing in 4 lobbies previously, and you can really see the dominance of the elementals. So he realizes that elementals are dominant. How do I deal with this? Let me just get the poisons immediately, because people are getting the elementals so quickly and hitting people for 30 out of nowhere. So he's going for the poison elementals as a response as quickly to counter that.
And I love to see that we have our own little pocket meta, here for this tournament, because you very rarely see this from an individual player on ladder as Murlocs just skipping a pretty healthy position to go for tier 5 and look for Brand, because that's the bread and butter of how you play Murlocs to begin with. But for this specific tournament, we do have that elemental meta like you mentioned. For Silvername on the Toki, it's also been a while since we've seen what he's doing, but he did have that very interesting hero that you mentioned, not necessarily that high tier.
Yeah, he's been able to find to level to 5 in hero power and get 2 rags and a Gnar. So he's looking to be solid as long as he doesn't get too punished here and takes too much damage. He should be able to scale in a respectable way that should be able to deal with most board states.
Oh, that big hit of the Gnar into the Poison Divine Shield is quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
But he will stay alive.
Yeah, I think he's definitely alive here. Yeah, so he has one more loss in him before he gets knocked out, and he's in a kind of a weird spot now because he's not scaling as fast as the other people. Yeah, and if he gets into RDU at some point, he's gonna get destroyed. So hopefully he really wants to dodge RDU so he can scale in a faster pace and not get too punished.
This feels like deja vu, and you've got to feel for Budilicious because RDU has just been bullying lobby after lobby with giant elementals.
Yeah,
Not the greatest tier 6 role for Silvername though.
Yeah, you can really see that decision to hold on to the triple for multiple turns really coming into fruition here. Not a play you see a lot of people making, but you can see the difference it makes to get that early Jhin in the lobby and then go from there. Ooh, what a massive hit.
Yeah, he is putting together quite a powerful elemental comp of his own. Not going to rival RDUs at the moment, but everybody else in the lobby still has to be quite scared of this. Another Tavern Tempest is a huge pickup. That's the best one to get when you have Lil Rag for the double procs on the elemental buffs.
Yeah, I was definitely wondering if he was going to sell the spawn, because the spawn is actually one of the worst hits that the Little Rat could hit, but it's very common to see that. So I do think it makes a lot of sense to sell the spawn because it will fall off fairly quickly, and he did want to get the Jhin on the board.
It's unfortunate that he can't direct the Little Rags to start buffing his Hydra. The cleave is definitely going to be the big carry at this point, but still, the rest of his minions are of a size where they can challenge the Mama Bear comp that we can see over from Yuan.
Oh, what a massive play that the Lich King goes first.
The Hydra got an insane cleave right on the Mama Bear, which means that it's only the Hyena, which is the last bastion against all these elementals. Probably only going to take down the Gar. Okay, got the hit on the Genie.
Yeah,
and another one bites the dust pair of RDU.
Yeah, you can actually see that if the Lich King moved his either Silvername went first or the Lich King moved his taunt a little bit back to prevent that taunt from dying immediately, he probably would have won that round and maybe taken out Silvername. So what a positioning mattering so much there in that those battles.
Absolutely huge, because with guDDummit eliminated, that also means that they're not in a good spot as a team necessarily, because Silvername is just scrapping by once again with Toki. honestly impressive that he makes it to top 4 at all. But the real story here is that both XQN and Budilicious, who were in the worst spot to begin with as a team going into this lobby, have now fallen, both of them in the bottom 4, and they're going to be even farther away from closing the gap.
Yeah, as well as RDU and Habugabu. Habugabu making a resurgence, right? It is a team game. You do need your teammates to perform. So he's pulling his weight and really salvaging this lead that RDU has built in the first 4 games.
Habugabu rolling over another Hydra there because his Hydra is already golden and he doesn't just have space. He doesn't want to sell any of these. Looking for the triple on the High Main and the Rat Pack because they both get a lot of value off the Golden Mama Bear.
Yeah, he's just looking for triples. He could consider getting that taunt, but I think right now the priority is to get those triples so he can get big upgrades and find other pieces to flesh out his composition. But he is fairly strong this turn.
Cleave will definitely put in a lot of work here. The fact that it can take a value trade over the Garb, at least for the first hit, was huge, but it does go far right there, and that is kind of a disaster.
What a massive attack there. I think that will be the deciding attack right there. The Mama Bear needed to survive for Habugabu to be able to win this round, but with that hit right there, it's over.
Really is, and I was hoping that maybe there would be a snipe on the Goldren to try and compensate, but not quite it. I love how we're just having this casual montage every couple minutes of RDU killing this player, then that player. Is it all 4 of them have been knocked out by RDU so far?
Yeah, pretty much. It's actually so funny to just every couple of seconds we'll turn back to RDU knocking out another player. Here's RDU knocking out another player. Looks like Silvername takes it.
He is on a win streak for sure, but for Silvername, it is very impressive that he's gotten this far on Toki. It's going to be a one-on-one now versus RDU. He levels despite knowing that this could be his last life because he absolutely needs to hit a poison to have a chance of winning, and there is the Myexna straight away.
Yeah, even with this poison pickup, it doesn't look hopeful for Silvername here. They've got so many, RDU got so many stats. And you can see, right, it was looking so scary for RDU at the beginning of the round, right? You saw him holding on to the pair. You saw him holding on to this triple, looking for the answer. And you can see how powerful getting that early Jin is, just giving him the window he needs to scale all the way to first or second place. So just a massive understanding of this patch right here.
Absolutely, but we do have to note AlexisDiesel on 4th place. That's a very impressive finish for a very unorthodox approach to a curve to begin with, where he didn't level on 4 gold as Edwin, and also just skipped leveling to tier 5 for the longest time as well because he realized he didn't need Bran. I think that type of adaptation is what we need to see from players after they realize that the meta right now is being defined by this power level and hit Jin type of strategy.
Yeah, it's really just nice to see people learning from their previous games and making adaptations so that they can win specific metas, specific tournaments.
And for Silvername, even though it looks like he is heavily outclassed by the stats from RDU's side of the board, it's a big deal that he finishes second because it means that Habugabu is knocked down by a little slot. So it's not the complete dominance from RDU and Habugabu. They will have a healthy lead after this, but Silvername and guDDummit will still definitely be within shooting range.
Yeah, I think this was a very good game for Silvername and Dummit, being second and fifth respectively. Should be able to claw out a small lead in the standings, taking second place. So it is still a big win for RDU and Habugabu, but we do see that the other teams are making their own pushes.
Absolutely. We're in the home stretch now, Collins, because that was one of the later lobbies. And as we take a look at the standings, we'll know how many chances the players have left to close the gap. It certainly feels like XQN and Budilicious are out of contention to make first place at this point. But we do have 3 lobbies for the black team to overcome a 9-point deficit. And green team, it was not that obvious, but they're just 6 points away.
Yeah, you can kind of see that the top 2 the winners in the previous 2 lobbies, right, are also doing really well in this lobby. RDU and Habugabu had that massive dominance in yesterday's match, and they're still continuing on. RDU even taking the mantle of being the master in these lobbies, just getting three firsts in a row. So really understands how to do it, and Habugabu doing well, bringing back the lead, getting a 3rd place, making that first place lead so big.
That is right. So Collins, today I've noticed that there haven't really been too many standout weird hero picks performing or getting wins out of nowhere, unlike the Daryl that we saw a couple of days ago. I will say for Silvername, it's very impressive. He made 2 top 4s with Toki, but the real headliner is the fact that economy is king. Any hero that allows you to consistently get triples and go for those power levels and the big power spikes will be the king of the meta. So even though I, along with Subtle, am on the Shanvala hype train for ladder, I think your predictions are absolutely on point.
Yeah, I think what's going on is just people are getting better in the patch. The patch came out a couple of days ago, right? So the first day, people were still experimenting. I think now, and after having a previous 8 games of tournament experience, they kind of know what they want. They kind of know what they're looking for. So everything's a little bit cleaner. Everything's a little more dramatic and precise in what picks they're going to make.
And we do see here for guDDummit, there is a Kael'thas option here. I feel like Kael'thas has gotten a lot weaker this patch than before, because it definitely feels like the amount of health you save in the early rounds with the additional stats you get is immediately offset if you don't hit one of those big power spikes. So I actually really like this pick on Sky Captain Crag for that big burst of gold later on.
Yeah, I think this is a pick you make not in ranked, but in tournament play. What's really been deciding these games is a lot of the direction that you can get on tier 5, tier 6. And with Sky Captain, you can level up earlier than other heroes and get that early advantages rolling on tier 5 earlier than other players.
Right. While a lot of the winningest heroes so far have been heroes that allow you to triple and then just discover the genie, Sky Captain Crab, as you mentioned, has that potential to level naturally to 5 and try and just roll for those big power spike minions. For Habugabu here on the Finley, he does pick up the Rafam hero power, which is huge because this is another one of those economy heroes.
Yeah, he it's one of the better heroes to be picking up, and also he has a really good start for Rafam, 2 Murloc, easy minions to triple as well.
Budilicious on Tess, it's not often we see her, but this is definitely a hero that you can collaborate with your teammate with to maybe help you pick up some triples as well. So if we're talking about meta is all about level to 4, triple into a 5, maybe Tess has some potential here.
Yeah, you can definitely see her prevalence in this patch because everyone's going elementals. If you can fight a player that has an early Jhin, you can take it for yourself. If you fight a player that has an early Rag, you take it for yourself. The only issue is taking too much damage in the early game, but he does have a token start to mitigate a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is huge. And because this is particularly Tess in a team tournament, it's very important that we keep a close eye also on Budilicious' partner, XQN, and what he can possibly feed Budilicious the turn after they run into each other.
Yeah. Looks like XQN got a token start. You'll probably buy one of them in hero power and see if that will be good enough to keep or not.
So in terms of what the hero power, is it going to be the refreshing anomaly, or do you want a better 2-drop perhaps rolling on the oh, okay, he's not going to buy the 2-drop at all.
He's going to hero power a token because the token will end up being better than whatever he's hero powering. So this is just like an economy play that makes you stronger on the board as well. Just get the tokens and hero power them.
Yeah, it does seem like the average quality of a 1-drop has gone up a little bit now with Elemental in the pool as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he does also have that free roll that he's manking to utilize when he really needs it.
Decent reborn target to start off for with Oliech here. Not going to be huge damage on the Malagos quite yet, but we can maybe check in with Budilicious once again because his last fight will determine what kind of board he has access to if he wants to refresh. I don't generally feel like Tess refreshes that early though with the hero power.
Yeah, test isn't really made to refresh early because people don't have good minions early, right? They're just picking up the slightly better minions that they can find. Ooh, what a really good role for Budilicious here for the next turn. He can get the deflective bot and the refresh pair as well. So the level up working out for him, even though he's going to take a little bit extra damage here, unless he's fighting his teammate.
And he is going to fight off against guDDummit. It's not often you see Test leveling a bit sooner than the rest of the field, but I agree that last chop wasn't that great. And the fact that he landed the buff on the Imprisoner does give him a bit of staying power. Around this tier, a lot of the minions will have 4 attack max, so it can take some good trades, and this is exactly the pan out here.
Yeah, I think he knew that Dummit also leveled to 3, and that's what made his decision to level a little bit easier, because that's really just a board state of a person who's leveled to 3. So he understood.
So many token options here. How do you play this out? Do you even take the golem because it's a reset?
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Yeah, you'd probably just take the deflective on the golden and the golem and just maybe roll, maybe use your hero power if you're feeling frisky, but generally just get the mech synergy and roll.
How does he do this every time? He has Jandis once again with the token start.
It's actually super easy to get triples with Jandis because you can just hero power the token generators and then just keep them on your board until you get the triple. So you can see what he's trying to do. He really understands his game plan of just waiting. Next turn he'll probably hero power the alley cat again and get 2 5s, and hopefully one of them's a Jin, and then use that to win the game. So he really knows what he's doing. I gotta say, he really understands this is what I need to do to win. I'm gonna do this every single game. I'm gonna get a Jin. I'm gonna win the lobby.
I suppose I needed to rephrase. How does he get Jandis every time, or Mayev Rafam? It's pretty impressive, but again, the downside of this one play is you do take a lot of damage in the early game sometimes, but he is facing off against the best player, Budilicious, who did level a bit aggressively as well.
Yeah, you can see that he did just take the deflective bot and the harvest golem, just going for the safe power. Probably just rolled away the last one goat he had as well. Didn't really need to utilize it for anything else.
I honestly wonder where, if you're in a meta like this and one player knows that RDU is about to power spike really soon, does that just incentivize everybody to put together the most power on board right before the power spike from RDU?
Well, the thing is that we are watching the game, so we know exactly what everyone's doing. Every player is going for. The other players don't have that omnipresent vision that we do, right? They don't know, oh, he's gonna get another Jin. Oh, look at that. He's actually now extremely in the lead and probably gonna start dominating again, right? So you can see that RDU's got that vision of, oh, this is the play to win the game, and just keeps going and going and going. Kind of surprised he sold the 2-4 though.
That is true. Could have been the Elemental maybe getting sold here. Wow, Bran again. He had this a while ago as well. And somehow, this exact same turn, he is fighting Habugabu again. I don't know what kind of deja vu is this, but the turn he power spikes and he's not that strong on board just yet. Is when he's facing off against his teammate.
Yeah, really, you're really lucky.
You did mention, of course, the players don't necessarily know what turn it is that RDU is going to pop off, but based on what they've seen from previous lobbies, when you see Jandis, you already know that RDU is going to go for a bunch of triples and be super weak early on. So I think it's a fair inference to make. Then again, the strategy is probably really hard to pull off that early without hurting your overall game plan, but it's just crazy to see this happen time and time again.
Yeah, this usually is either this turn or next turn is usually when the Sky Captain decides to go. It looks like he's going to go for the 4-drop and maybe uses hero power next turn. The only real big issue is that he's against RDU, and RDU is probably looking to spike here. So we'll see what happens and how much damage Dummit might take or deal to RDU.
Super interesting choices. The Mama Bear could give him tempo, but he doesn't necessarily have any beasts in the shop that he wants. Take the brand for overall flexibility.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird because he is gonna use the hero power this turn. Okay, so what an interesting adaptation. I didn't think he was going to use the hero power now, but decides to go for it and really needs a big power spike on this turn then.
I honestly feel like this is the play if you know you're facing RDU in maybe the 1 or 2 turn window you have before he absolutely pops off. Maybe he was just trying to get the most stats on board to try and strike RDU while he's within this vulnerability phase.
Yeah, well, he ends up using his hero power just to buy a high main and play it on the board. So I don't know if that was really worth it. His big ability, right? The reason you picked his hero just to get a high main. That's it. Doesn't even play the deflective, but I don't know if that's worth it.
That's true. Oh my gosh, the Battle Master.
Yeah, this is RDU right there. Oh my god, he already has a gigantic Battle Master that's gonna keep him safe and strong for the early game. So it's looking rough for the rest of the lobby already. It's crazy how RDU is gonna pull this off every single game.
I mean, he needed that Battle Master. Well, it's not necessarily Battle Master, but he just needs one shield for the time being, and then he pops off, and he has found it very consistently. I think players will know by now that this is just meta. If you hit Jandice, if you hit one of these easily tripling heroes. guDDummit is extremely stressed out now, though, because he knows RDU's scaling potential is insane once again.
Yeah, he understands the flow of the match. He really understands. That's why you see no one's dead, right? But you can see the pain in Dummit's eyes because he understands how strong RDU. He's already in first place. He's got this great setup to win the lobby, and you can just, even in turn 9, turn 10, you already can understand how the match is gonna pan out.
And because you can understand that early on, and say last lobby we were seeing AlexisDiesel go for an unorthodox way to play Murlocs, is there maybe potential for other people to go for that? We do see XUN here is on a beast comp, not much room to transition to anything, but perhaps people will be picking up poison a bit earlier than usual now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't sell the 3/3 Imprisoner to play the 3/3 Beast to get the buff from the Mama Bear. I think that would have been slightly stronger for his board that turn, but he was probably just rolling, didn't really care about the Beast, and was looking for a better direction.
Man, I was talking about our Olympics in terms of their health totals. The Annihilan can get up there and compete as well. RDU just bouncing it every turn to make sure he has the lasting power while using the rest of his gold to start discovering these big power spikes. And Oliech, with a wry smile, knows that it's happening again.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, honestly. I am impressed how RDU is being able to pull this board out every single game, time after time. Really understands.
Oh no, it dropped a little rag!
Yeah, Genie's broken. I mean, that's really what I've learned watching this tournament so far. The Genie is just like really overtuned in terms of how reliable you can utilize this minion to get a lot of early value and just carry the game from there.
Combined with the fact that Jandice did manage to find the Annihilan Battlemaster, you can see, despite the big Amalgadon on the other side, it didn't quite have the health to really protect RDU, so it's really all about this Battlemaster and the fact that he hero powered it to make sure that he could survive this long is the winning play as well.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of... I kind of want to see what the Ragnaros is doing. His ability should have triggered, and hopefully we can see what his game plan actually is going to do. So yeah, it did trigger, and he does have the 2 Divine Shields, so does have a lot of potential. Oh, and can also hit a triple here, so he does. So a lot of things working out for him this turn.
I do love this from AlexisDiesel. I don't know if he's necessarily forcing Murlocs, but the fact that he's taking poison this early, even from last lobby, means that he's adapting to the meta that RDU has dictated. It is a really smart strategy when he does face RDU eventually. He will first face off against XUN.
Yeah, I think it's actually fascinating that a player is dictating the meta of this tournament. Like one player, RDU, going Murlocs, going Genie every single turn, every single game, is dictating how other people are responding to the eventuality that you'll be fighting this gigantic elemental board. It's really interesting to see.
I mean, it honestly feels like multiple people
you
need to
can
do
win
this to
this
stop
thing.
RDU because we saw AlexisDiesel attempt it once, but it wasn't lethal quite yet. We could have seen that if RDU had faced off against a poison on top of whatever comps a while ago to try and counter the Battle Master, he was within one board away of possibly taking lethal given the power level of minions in this.
Yeah, one weakness of RDU's game plan is that he is super weak early. It's really nice. The nice thing about being in a team format is you can eventually fight your teammate and then use that advantage to power spike into the next turns, right? But in regular ranked, right, you're not going to have that teammate giving you that fallback, that window of invincibility. So it is an interesting strategy, very, very effective in this tournament, but I don't know how consistent it is in rank.
For sure. It may be only consistent in rank if you can do quad Q, but here we have the first victim of what I expect to be very many once again from RDU. That is Silvername biting the dust, which is a huge deal because they were within shooting range of the red team.
Yeah, this gives a big advantage to the other teams with Silvername falling down first. The other teams can take this opportunity to try to get a big jump in points if they can get consistent placements using that advantage.
AlexisDiesel is facing off against Habugabu next,
Oh
who
my
is
God.
also putting together a crazy elemental comp. Yes, one team partner has the Rag, the other team partner has the Nomis
Nomi.
and a Golden Genie.
Yeah, it looks like they've been talking, they've been communicating, they've been telling ourselves, you know, it's pretty strong in this meta. You know what I like to do? You know, I like just, you know, buying all the elementals. You get Nomi, I'll get Genie and Rag. You know, and they seem to be making it work together. So it's really nice to see.
Teamwork at its finest. But again, this will be the first test for AlexisDiesel trying to force the Murloc poisons. However, for this lobby, he didn't quite get the Murlocs as consistently. Only had the one poison last time we checked in on him, so very unlikely that he'll be able to contest the size of these things from Habugabu.
Yeah, maybe nice is not the right word, but disgusting. Really disgusting. Oh, man.
It certainly is the word of the weekend, huh?
Yeah, I do think it is quite impressive that they are both making it work in the same lobbies, just finding the pieces they need, both of them, to really flesh out the compositions they want.
I mean, it's by virtue of the heroes they hit, right? RDU on the Janus, very easy to hit triples. For Mom, also quite easy to hit triples, or at least give you really good economy to be able to level to 5 a bit sooner.
Yeah.
There you have it. This looks like a one-hit KO to me.
Yeah, it's looking rough for everyone, except for RDU. And here it is, the clip of RDU smacking another player, just like last game. It almost looks like deja vu. You every few minutes will go back to RDU knocking another player out. Looks like Habugabu's taken on that mantle as well, taking out AlexisDiesel.
And even though this looks very repetitive between lobby after lobby, you have to give credit to players for being able to figure out what the meta is with the very little time that they had. The patch dropped, what, 2 days ago, 3 days ago? Not very much time to practice at all, let alone in a team format.
Yeah, it's impressive. I am rightly impressed, as I should be, with what these players are doing, figuring out how to punish and utilize the aspect of team games to really dominate and really showcase, you know, why these are some of the best players in the world.
Again, do not try this at home, guys, unless you are queuing with a buddy, because going down to 14 on Janus and not immediately getting stats on board can just mean a quick top 8 instead of a top 1. But absolutely, this is the type of play to go for this tournament.
No.
See Oliech with a poison is maybe gonna have a shot. I don't know.
No, try it at home. I like winning. You know, go for it. I'm not against it. You know, go.
Oh, he doesn't even have a Murloc to land this on. We can obviously see that he will lose the combat. Is there any chance that he doesn't die straight up from 25 in this 2-on-1 situation now, where it's only Oliech up against the Radu Habugabu team?
I was gonna say maybe, but as I'm looking at RDU's board, I'm gonna change that to no. Yeah, it's looking real scary.
a very astute assessment. Collins, I would have to agree. There's just way too many stats on the other side. And while the last time we did see RDU and Habugabu on a 2-on-1 situation versus AlexisDiesel, it really did come down to the wire with a back and forth poison setup and being able to maneuver around not killing each other. But the fact that the two of them are the strongest on the lobby now and they don't have to really avoid trying to kill each other because they just kill the other person immediately is huge.
Yeah, I think it just took Habugabu a couple games of calibration, but oh, that attack might actually save his life there, so it looks like he'll still be alive. Yeah, that attack saved his life right there. Massive.
That is true. A little bit more time to find these Murlocs to land the Toxfin on.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough because they both have the same board, really. Habugabu and RDU. So if you're struggling with RDU, you're also going to struggle with Habugabu. So Oliech has to make the massive hero play and find a way to get at least second place here.
Gonna be a tall order. 2 poison hits at the moment, not even a Divine Shield on his Amalgadon. He finds the Deadly Spore. Okay. 3 poison hit?
Yeah, but is it enough? Ooh, that's huge though.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 poison hit?
Yeah.
One of them has Wind Fury?
Yeah, there's definitely some value here. He's getting closer to being able to survive. He just needs to beat the Finley here, and hopefully he can get those hits that he needs. Hero powering the poison is really smart as well, giving him as many hits as, because you know that he has 2 Nomis, most likely the last time we saw him, so just a couple problems to deal with.
Very smart. It's the only minion that actually revives with poison if you put the Reborn on it because it's naturally in the card text. And like you said, Habugabu and RDU with the same board. If Corporate showed me 2 pictures of these, I would tell you there is no difference between them.
Yeah. I said he had 2 Nomis, but he understands that he needs to win this round, so he made the smart play of slowing off the Nomis really good. Oh, and the punish.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's hopeless now.
Yeah, maybe if Mama Bear had survived, there could have been enough stats, but I highly even doubt that. Habugabu is ecstatic. I don't have the complete math on this, but it certainly feels like it's difficult, if not impossible, for any players to beat their first place lead now after they picked up a grand total of 13 points in this lobby. Red team, so dominant.
Yeah, we thought that the performance from yesterday was an outlier from RDU and Habugabu. Turns out they're actually just that good. They're actually just dominating, every single lobby that they both play. It's really, really impressive to see that they're understanding their teamwork. It's just, it's impressive. That's all I gotta say about that. Really good play from them too.
And once again, here we are, Collins. We've arrived at the Haburadu 1-on-1 just for fun at this point.
Yeah.
Does Habugabu have any chance, or is this a sell your whole board type of situation?
A lot of these players don't seem to want to just meme and sell their boards. They really do like playing for the final round and the final match. They want to have that number 1 in their standings instead of that number 2. So they don't really seem to meme and sell their boards. But with 2 Amalgadons on RDU's side, it's really just quite impossible to outpace that scaling that he's got, but we'll see what he can do.
Got 3 poisons. If he can maybe survive the next round, highly doubtful, but try and pick up some selfless heroes. I honestly feel like at this point, you're just meant to buy every selfless you see, even if you already have a triple, just to deny your opponent the extra selfless in the pool.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fascinating that this is the meta. We're seeing gigantic Amalgadons, early Jins, double golden Jins in the final composition. Just a really, really powerful elemental comp. We didn't think it would be so strong, but I do think that the nerf theoretically may have ended up being a buff, putting Jin to 5.
No, you are not wrong, and I'm glad to see that the balance team is at least willing to put out the changes very quickly, but at least for this tournament, it was quite fun to see this type of clownery go on lobby after lobby, because look at the power of these stats.
Yeah, he does have 3. Oh, that's never mind. He did have 3 poisons. Everything went perfectly from that point on. He actually could have tied, but no.
Wasn't 0%, I'll tell you that. But what is 100% is the fact that RDU and Habugabu are completely dominant in this tournament. With a first and second place finish, they already had a lead of, I think, at least 6 points between them and second place, and now they add another 13 points on top of that.
Yeah, it's very impressive. The other players do have a lot of work cut out for them. They're still positioning matters. So even if you're in 4th place, you still want to go for 3rd. Even if you're in 3rd, you still want to go for 2nd. So even though it's looking like we know who the finalists, the winners are, you still want to perform the best you can to get the extra part of the prize pool.
That's right. I love that little pun, Collins. Positioning matters in Battlegrounds and also in your placements. We do now see that Radu and Habugabu have now a 13-point lead on the second place black team. I'm not sure if it's mathematically possible for one team to overtake. Probably with still 2 lobbies if they theoretically just get first and second every time, and Radu and Habugabu just get 8th and 7th. Yeah. Very unlikely, but maybe. Miracles can happen here. They've seen RDU strategy time after time. Maybe somebody else can replicate it.
I mean, but you have to look at RDU and look at his placings. 5th, 2nd, 1st, 1st is just nuts. It's actually incredible. And if you take his placings from yesterday as well, just a fantastic performance from this guy, regardless of how this finishes. Just hats off to him.
Yeah, I mean, it is wild indeed. It definitely feels like he's gotten the quickest grasp of this meta. He's also been blessed by Bob with a decent amount of Jandices and also heroes that allow you to spike into tier 5 quite consistently. But I will maintain that there is sparks of hope from the other teams because we're already seeing AlexisDiesel adapt. He was going for early poisons on the Murlocs. If everybody can combine their forces and try to snipe off elemental players like that, maybe for these last 2 lobbies, we'll see a turnaround. The only thing I'm certain of is, unfortunately for the yellow team, it is too much to overcome at this point. I will say it's been very fun watching XQN and Budilicious, though I think they're incredible players.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching everyone play. You can see that everyone's skilled, everyone's trying to adapt, right? And you can see that it's not as easy as you think to find a comp that can work, right? So they are trying, they are doing their best, right? You can see that the team play from RDU and Habugabu have been overcoming everything else, but everyone else has been doing the best they can to perform as valiantly as they could.
That's right. And to touch on the point you had a while ago, the placements do matter at the very end here, not just for the bragging rights, mostly for the bragging rights, but because our prize pool is divided with $5,000 for the first place finishers. So each team member, if they're going to divide it evenly, will walk away with $2,500. If you were in a team tournament, Collins, would you split with your teammate evenly, or would you split it based on your own individual standings?
I would split it evenly. I don't really care too much as long as they perform. It is a team game. Your teammates have to perform. So even if you do better overall, if you get the first place, I don't think you care too much. Just split it evenly. Get both of them feeling good.
The nice guy answer. But you bring up a really good point. Even if somebody does fall out a bit earlier, they can still contribute by using some of the information they gained by getting to that point to communicate with their player. And even though we haven't seen it as directly compared to some of the previous lobbies where RDU and Habugabu and a bunch of the other teams have engineered these perfect situations to tie very cleanly, I also want to shout out the green team for that. They are still 100% communicating and giving each other the best percentages. But for me, Collins, that will be the end because the last 2 lobbies will be between you and Sottle. So I want to say thank you very much for casting with me. It's been a ton of fun.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed casting with everyone too. Everyone's very professional and very clean. So I love watching these games and playing it out with all of you.
And that will be my thanks to the viewers as well. We will go to our last break of the day. After this, don't miss the conclusion and the very last 2 lobbies for the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup.
Welcome back, everyone. It is final day and final lobbies of the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup, and here to talk you through it are myself, SirSalty, joined once again by Educated Collins. And Collins, just based on the way these lobbies have been going, I have one simple question for you. What is going on?
What's going on is that players are understanding the meta rapidly, and they're really figuring out that Genie is busted, and they're really figuring out that my game plan is to get a 5 immediately. So you're seeing people just holding triples just so they can triple into a 4, getting the Genie and scaling from there.
Yeah, you say players, but I think in particular one player has been understanding that better than anyone else, and it's that player that we have on screen right now, RDU. We actually got a ridiculous statistic from our producer. The RDU by himself has 37 points in this tournament, which is 2 points short of being third on his own. He has more points than the team in 4th place combined right now, and would almost very nearly be in 3rd place single-handedly. Absolutely insane performance from RDU so far.
Yeah, he's been hulking out. I mean, got to give him a lot of credit for these 2 days of play. It's just been immaculate from him and his teammates, so really nice to see people playing really well.
Yeah, and shout out to Habugabu as well. Like, I gave him a little bit of a hard time because he was not pulling his weight, but he absolutely did in that last lobby as well, pulling in the 2nd place alongside RDU as well for maximum points. But here we go. Last crucial 2 lobbies now. Lobby number 7, lobby number 8. RDU off to a very nice start again. Solid hero with Kael'thas, and the dream start with this Elemental as well.
Yeah, if we look at the hero choices, it's only the AFK that's really a little bit sad about their picks. Everyone else has a hero that can perform well. So whoever's AFK, Budilicious, yeah, probably a little bit sad about that pick that he got, but everyone else seems to be a little bit happy.
So AlexisDiesel looked like he went roll into hero power here and then froze the remaining board state, which includes a token minion. Do you think he's going to go for the extra turn on level 1, look for the aggro curve here?
Yeah, I think if you're freezing a token minion with Yogg in the beginning, especially with that hit as well, I mean, there's really no reason not to just go for the aggro start at this point.
And he honestly kind of got the dream minion off the first hero power as well, right? The fact that he gets that little bit of early game scaling off all of these Murlocs being summoned, this is pretty huge for Alexis.
Yeah, I think the reason why he didn't hero power first is because if he hero powers hits the 3/3, he has to sell it anyway, so it ends up being really a slight punish. So he goes for the safer pick and ends up getting rewarded as well too. So really nice to see.
Yeah, insane turn 2 board. XQN on Jandis is going to be in a bit of a shock right here, as that solitary 2/3 Murloc is going to get absolutely annihilated. 5 damage coming through on turn 2 for XQN.
Yeah, he started with a 2-3, which is really one of the safer minions to start, but then unfortunately fought Yogg there when he's power spiking and hitting him for too much damage, I would say. Here's a really important role for Budilicious here. Will he be able to get the dragons or the pieces he needs? The Soul Juggler start might be his direction for this game, but we'll see what he decides on realistic.
Yeah, there is that demon in the shop as well that can be picked up here. Crystal Weaver does have some synergy, but Xerus is the dreamer's pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually like this play. I do think he might need to go for Xerus, especially with how high rolly everyone else has been. It makes a lot of sense to just go for the high roll here for himself.
Budilicious throws his hands up as if to say, I mean, I don't know. Here we are. I have a Xerus. I guess we see what happens.
Yeah, what can I do?
Yeah. Looks like this should be a guaranteed tie. Yep. 2-1s are going to trade down into the Soul Juggler, so he gets away with it here, but he's looking for an instant spike off this shift to Xerus, and Metal Tooth Leaper is absolutely not it.
Yeah, that's not the role that he was looking for. Unfortunate as well. He really needed a spike because he didn't level this turn. One of the drawbacks of taking the 2-1 demon here. Now he's probably just going to level and roll and try to hope that he finds an Imprisoner there. But other than that, he unless the Xerus hits something really massive in a big way in the next couple of turns, he's going to be actually in a tough spot.
Yeah, certainly is. Even this turn, he might just about be starting to fall behind on power level since he wasn't able to pick up another demon.
Okay, decides doesn't want to go for the demon, just going for the Swabby so that he can level up earlier in the next following turns. Probably doesn't really care too much about the damage he's going to take, I guess, to make this play.
Interesting. I'm not sure what particular curve that necessarily opens up for Budilicious here with that particular discount going on the tier 3 level up, but we will wait and see. It is going to be another victory for him though. Just the power of the Soul Juggler is pushing him through right now, or specifically in that fight, the fact that his opponent was just rocking a solitary bomb on that turn.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see him trying to power level back to 3 even though he skipped his first turn. I do think if he was trying to go for a normal curve, he probably shouldn't have bought the demon in the first place and just would have taken the damage early, but he's trying to salvage that from that position now.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. But another very disappointing Yes, yeah. We see it. We see it, Budilicious. You are definitely getting unfortunate here. I think it's safe to say if this was RDU, the Xerus would have rolled into a Genie by now pretty easily.
Yeah, I do think that is true. If that was RDU's Xerus, it would have been Genie for sure. But we're taking a look at Habugabu. He looks like he has a triple. He's playing Daryl, so he's really deciding whether he wants to hold it and go for a 5 as everyone else has been doing, but looking for a little bit buff. I bet he wanted it to hit the Elemental, but it didn't hit that, unfortunate.
Yeah, but I think here, because the double buff hit the 1 minion here, it's a pretty appealing freeze. Obviously, he wanted to freeze for the triple anyway, but he still had the option to take it that turn, as you were saying. But since they both landed on a different minion, he might end up just buying out this shot, potentially in Eternal 2.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to sell the Gambler there. He would have been, if he's planning on going for a 5-drop, it would have been a much cleaner play next turn to level and then sell the Gambler there and get the early 5 or early Genie and go from there, but decided to just go for the extra +2/+2 buff instead of holding the 3 gold. I wonder how that's going to end up affecting the match in the future.
Well, I'm wondering if he's thinking that he was going to buy out that shop and then also buy out the next shop while freezing the rock pool, right? And then level to 5 naturally or level to 4 naturally on curve, in which case like buying and selling the Gambler does make sense, right? Just to get it out of the shop and open up some more spots. No, he's not. Okay,
no,
I agree with you.
Yeah, he's just going for the 5, so...
Yeah, it was a possibility.
I do think it makes sense if he was going to stay on 4 for a little bit longer, but no, he just going for the 5. I guess RDU is saying in the back of his head, get a Genie, get a Genie, and he's like, oh, okay, I have to change my plan, you know. But that seems to be the case because he goes for a 5, doesn't hit the Genie, but does hit the Life Fang and go for the Life Fang scaling.
Yeah, he did have the option for the Scuffed Genie in the form of Nat Pagel. Same thing, but just worse in every possible way. But yeah, he ends up with the Light Fang here just to give him that little bit of scaling. So outside of that one huge minion, Habu does find himself a little bit weak this turn, I would say.
Yeah, not gonna lock for the 4/7, even though he does have mech targets to buff, and it is a pretty strong minion on its own. But just looking for the 5 didn't really hit exactly what he's looking for, but still pretty strong, having a gigantic Murloc to keep him healthy in the early game.
Yeah, turns out those life hang buffs are going to be very important though, because the extra attack scaling on these minions really shut down a lot of the value trades that would have been there. I think without the life hang buffs, basically every minion on Kael'thas' side would have survived there on the trades that it took, so saved himself a lot of damage there.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Oliech on the Reno and seeing what plays he has. He's been holding on to the his the Murloc in his hand, but we'll see. Okay, so his game plan here is to triple and see if he can find a good 5 that he can hero power here. So this is a big turn for him. He hits Burgle. It's okay.
It's okay, but it's not like the minion that he wanted to hero power.
It's not a
genie.
genie.
Yeah, it's not a genie. It's not a Nomi. It's not a Bran.
Yeah. He does have a lot of mechs, so this Burgle does look pretty enticing. It's just not a minion you want to hero power. It will probably keep him safe to be able to level up next turn and not take too much damage. He's also probably considering, oh, wow. Oh, he doesn't have that many Murlocs, but there are 2 Murlocs on the board, so I do still think the Burger would have been an okay play here. I can see why. Oh, he's going to hero power. Wow. I think this is a play that you make if you don't want to die, but it's not a play you make if you want to win the lobby. So kind of going for the less risky play, but kind of guaranteeing that he's going to struggle to find a composition that can win the round, though.
Yeah, I agree. It's very similar to a play we saw, I think, all the way back in Lobby 1 from Budilicious, right? Where he goldened an egg very early on. This is very similar with the golden Sneeds. Obviously, Sneed's a slightly bigger minion overall to make golden, but it does mean he is going to dominate for a fight or 2, you would expect. So it's a similar thing still to what you were saying about Gurgle, where he's going to get to level manually and push, but it costs him his hero power, right? That's the big difference. He doesn't have that available anymore.
Yeah, I guess he wants to punish some people, right? He's against Silvername. Maybe he realizes this is the opponent. This is who he's fighting for second. He doesn't care about RG and Habugabu anymore. So goes for the hero power on the Sneeds just so he can deal as max damage as possible to the opponents that he's fighting for, the positioning wise.
There's also an argument just in general. I really enjoyed listening to you and Gia talking about how the players are adapting to like the micro meta that we have in this tournament.
Right.
And that's another way of looking at it, right? There's like, okay, we've been letting people get too greedy. They've been getting to low health and then they've been scaling out of control. So I'm just going to kill people. Like, not necessarily Silvername in particular, but I'm just going to take Golden Sneeds, which is a minion that has the potential to drop like 12 points worth of damage from a couple of legendary minions, and just try and kill people early who are getting very greedy. I think that's potentially something that he's looking at as well.
Yeah, you make a very good point. You see in ranked, traditionally the meta there is to kill people as fast as possible, right? So you wouldn't be able to do what RDU is doing in this round, where the games tend to be a little bit slower until people spike into the perfect elemental comps and start dealing 30 to people, right? In ranked, people spike immediately as fast as possible, right? So even from 9 gold onwards, you can be taking 15 to 20 damage from there. You're not really seeing that much that happening that much in these lobbies because people are playing a little bit slower, trying to guarantee their 5 drops, guarantee their triples, and because of that, people are getting the advantages that they want and not punishing people for their greedy plays.
Yeah, it's been a while since we checked in with Budilicious, and as it stands, it really does not feel like his comp has progressed too far from what we saw last. Still just that one juggler, still just that one demon, trying to piece together whatever else he can with these Divine Shield minions, but looks like he is going to take another pretty big hit here.
Yeah, it's not the worst hit. He has one more loss in him. I don't think the amount of damage he takes matters as long as he doesn't die here. It looks like he's trying to make a menagerie comp from the pieces that he has, but it's not really something that's going to scale, especially without a brand or anything like that.
RDU just power rolling away this gold right now, looking for triples on these Murlocs. This is the first time in a while that we've seen RDU in trouble, but there it is, right in the nick of time. Does discover that Cold Light Seer, which is probably the best of the triples to hit here as well. But
he needs a Virgo here.
He does need to spike off this for sure.
Okay, Sneeds is okay. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep him alive, but he does his board is looking all right. And another thing to note is he could put the Sneeds earlier because the Sneeds can drop a Burgurgle for him. So if you are playing the RNG game, you could do it like that and hope that that carries you that way.
Yeah, it's a good point. Alexis on a Murloc build himself, weaker right now than RDU is, but he does have the brand. So over a long term, he will be scaling harder, and this is actually going to be the fight, RDU versus AlexisDiesel this round.
Yeah, I think that Jug is really important, giving him the extra stats he might need to keep alive. He might be selling that to Hero Power. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Maybe he can hit the either the 5/5, which is better than the Pirate, or hit the 3/3 to get a better buff on the Deflecto.
Yeah, little mechanical touch that isn't always obvious there. Obviously, Stasis Elemental freezes the minions in the tavern, so you can freeze the whole tavern and unfreeze the whole tavern just to get rid of those minions so they don't take up spots in your shop for the next turn, which is exactly what Alexis does.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some players hit something they wanted from the Stasis and then freeze everything afterwards. Like, it was already frozen, you know?
Baron, very underwhelming drop off the Sneeds, and yeah, I think just that extra spike on the couple of points of...
The poison might be able to save him, Oh, wow. It looks like RDU's gonna die here. And finally, a good performance from AlexisDiesel, taking out RDU in last place. What or maybe 7th, but probably last place. But 7th, okay.
See, Budilicious, Budilicious did not really look like he had anything coming together, so I was very suspicious that he was going to die there. But Lobby progressing very, very quickly. But we are going to wave goodbye to the absolutely dominant player that we've seen so far, and now it is just down to Habugabu to keep pushing the lead of our dominant team so far.
Yeah, he does seem to be. It's still. They're still in a very good spot. They didn't get the last, so they're still getting a point from the 7th place performance. So they are still edging out something for themselves. And it looks like Gerald's in a pretty good spot. He's looking to dance on the Battle Master and have a really good board. He also has the Life Fang skilling that we saw earlier. He's deciding to commit on that and just go all in on the Life Fang. So we can see he has a game plan. He's making it work.
Just Daryl things, sells double Nomi just to buff up a Battle Master by a few points.
I mean,
Classic.
How good is Nomi anyways, right? That's really what you have to ask.
Yeah, garbage minion. Doesn't even drop off Genie. Why would you ever play that?
Yeah, for sure. Looks like we're having a lot of fun in this board, doing a lot of taunt compositions. It's nice to see. I really like this. Is probably my favorite composition. It's gotten a little bit weaker with all the elemental skeletons and things like that, and the dragon skilling, but it's always nice to see someone going back to their standards and some fun.
So what you're saying, Collins, is they should reintroduce Phalanx Commander back into the game so you can actually get that taunt synergy?
I actually didn't hate that unit when it was in the game. I actually utilized it quite a bit, so maybe there is some hope for that.
Oh, Battlemaster still tanking here, just on the eyeball test. There's a few value trades to be taken here, but I think it's going to clean everything up quite nicely, and this is going to be a clean win for Habugabu, and 10 damage getting pushed here as well, dropping Jandis down into one-shot range, but that is guDDummit dealt with on the Ragnaros by the Reno as well, and if that was the plan, to cash out value early on that golden sneeze to be able to kill people, it's absolutely working so far as he does claim the scalp of guDDummit on Ragnaros.
Yeah, it looks like that Reno hero power actually turned out to be super good for him because he's been able to just knock people out of the game before they can power spike. He realized that he didn't hit a good minion on his 5 hit. He didn't hit a Jhin, so he went for the next best thing. I'm going to hero power the minion that can deal the most damage to his peers. So he's been hitting people for 20, kind of being a pseudo RDU, you know, in this game, just knocking people out before they can power spike. So really good adaptation, realizing that he didn't get the big break that he wanted, but went for the next best thing.
And I think you can see it, right? Just in the lobby, that people are adapting to the fact they were letting the meta be a bit too greedy in the previous lobbies, because this one has progressed much quicker than we've seen previous lobbies progress, all the way down to top 4 already, with a lot of players dying very quickly. So I think this is a conscious decision from a lot of players to understand that they need to play a little bit more aggressively and not just let RDU in particular sit back and just build up that massive elemental board.
Yeah, you can definitely understand that people are really seeing that, okay, every game is going to big elementals. That doesn't happen in ranked. What are they doing in ranked that it's not every game big elementals? Oh, they're killing me. Yep. Let me try that. That seems to be what's going on right now.
Yeah. Habu engineers himself into a bit of a poison scam comp here to be able to pick apart some of these minions. And meanwhile, the Reno has actually leveraged that Golden Sneeds into the position where he is now building up that double little rag board, has a gold grubber of his own, beating away as well. But this is a giant board state left remaining here.
Yeah, getting the Hero Crown Steeds allowed him to level to 5 next turn, and it looks like he hit a couple triples after that to hit 2 rags and using that to make a break for him. However, he still loses.
Very nice.
He
does.
Gerald being strong.
Yeah, big win from the Daryl. I think a couple of attacks at the end really decided that as to where the Battle Master was going to trade. But now we cut over and see XQN on the Jandis eliminating Silvername. So Silvername is going to go out in 4th place here, which means one of Oliech or Habugabu will get to fight the Ghost. And it looks like it's going to be Habugabu who has that free turn against the Ghost, which you love to see as Daryl, because it allows you to kind of set up one of those big 2-turn dance turns to really just improve your board with one huge minion.
Yeah, it looks like both players have a really good setup to scale. I don't know how strong the Jandis is. We haven't really taken a look at it. We know that this Reno player is going to be buying all the elementals we have, but I kind of wonder, Jandis is on 6, so probably has a game plan trying to find more Amalgadons or something like that, but it looks like he does have an Amalgadon on his board. Probably tried to hero power. He does also have a brand. Maybe he's gonna sell either the Amalgadon, but he probably wants to keep that for next turn. Either the Amalgadon or the 1310 and try to play the brand and the taunt buffer. I can really see him selling. Yeah, he's realizing that he can't be too greedy with the Amalgadon. He just has to go for the stats this turn. I do understand the pain in his heart. He actually could have ended on the egg if he wanted to. So deciding on ending on the 2-3 instead of ending on the egg. Wonder what the reasoning for that is.
I can't really think of one. I think it's just a mistake, right? Just having less stats on the board at the end of the turn.
Sometimes players have their own game plans and they're really deciding on things, but that does just seem to be an oversight not to end on the egg there. Probably won't matter too much since all the minions that he will be facing has so much attack.
Yeah, XQN clearly familiar with the Reno board here as well. Knowing that he needed that bumper up first. Obviously, he lost a little bit of value because of the Major Domu buffing up his brand in a position where that's not really relevant, but he needed that bumper up first to deal with the big Divine Shield minion on the Sneeds. And he is going to get rewarded for his lack of greed by just winning by a few stats, right? You can see where that brand Strong Shell might have come into play to be the difference between winning and losing that fight.
Yeah, Egg may have dealt maybe 4 more damage, but that probably wouldn't have mattered too much anyway. So, no, he's Jandis. Yeah. This is okay. I'm wrong. He's right. He's hero powering it. So we definitely messed up here, and we didn't identify that he was playing Jandis and wanted to hold it in his hand so that he can hero power it next turn. So I do want to say that we did mess up here. We didn't really understand what he was doing here, but he does make the big decision to hold on to the 2-3 so that he can hero power it next turn. Makes a lot of sense.
It's fine, Collins. All that means is that you're now officially part of the squad. You've had your first catastrophic caster mistake. Like that's all it means. You're just part of the team now. Like you're welcome. You are one of us now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for us. I do think he did make a good game plan keeping the 2-3. It makes a lot of sense. He's gonna get +20 this turn, and the difference between the egg and the 2-3 really didn't matter at all. So this just makes way more sense now that we've seen the next turn and why he made that decision now.
Yep. Absolutely correct play, of course, from XQN, and he is going to get potentially rewarded here with a huge additional buff in stats, and it looks like he might just try and hold on to it here, maybe for one additional turn. It's so scary just to have that extra 2-3 taking up a board spot when you're in these clutch late-game fights. But the amount of scaling it provides to him is absolutely insane. And actually just winding all the way back, I think this is something he's been planning for a long time, right? Because we joined him around the 9 gold, 10 gold mark, and he was already building the taunt comp, as you were calling it. And I think this is something that he really had as a plan in the back of his mind for quite some time.
Yeah, we really got to see where those divine shields ended up. I think that was like the deciding factor in how smooth that the Daryl would have in this battle. But the divine shields hitting probably some of the worst minions. I would say none of the divine shields and the 2-8 as well. Really making him struggle against that Gnar that the opponent has at the end. Oh, yeah, that's really bad.
Oh, once again, just by a few points of health, but it's a few points of health, but an enormous amount of damage as exactly 17 comes through, and actually the Strong Shell being the tier 5 minion and actually still managing to take a value trade ends up sealing the fate of Habugabu, who goes down in 3rd place, and we are down to a straight head-to-head now between Oliech and XQN for the top 2.
Yeah, really unlucky though for Daryl there, because if those divine shields hit any which way, if it was a little bit better, it would have given him the ability to survive there, and he might have been the one knocking XQ and out of the game. So really just unlucky there, but still good performance. I don't think Habugabu really has to worry. 3rd place is definitely good enough to edge out a massive lead anyway, so he's not going to feel too sad about the end result there, even though he was a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, completely agree. Oliech, in the meantime, hits a triple on Wildfire Elemental, uses the board space before he commits the triple to play a Toxfin on his war leader, just in case there's any absolutely massive minions on the other side that he does have to deal with. And now, no matter what this triple is, unless it's another little rag, it's probably not going to be worth a board space here.
Yeah, I think we're kind of looking at the end game compositions for both of these players.
Yep.
They did the best that they can. It looks like the Gen just did finally sell the 2-3, which makes a lot of sense to put another cleave in just in case that the opponent has a lot of cleave. So we'll see which of these players will edge it out. I do have my bets on the Janus.
Yeah, once again, this Divine Shield is going to be crucial, but you can see now as they line up against each other, the XQN has Oliech covered in multiple positions here. There's only really a few favorable trades available on the board.
Oh, that's massive though.
It is, but still so many stats remaining on XQN's side of the board that it looks like this is going to be a big victory for XQN here on the Jandis. Jandis really continuing to put in work throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I knew Jandis was busted even after removing the Purgos, but yeah, we're really seeing how busted she still can be in the hands of these extremely good players. They really just abuse the ability of just getting battle cries and really reutilizing those advantages over and over to make boards that are just unstoppable realistically in the hands of us regular folks.
Yeah, especially when you actually notice that you're playing Jandis, right? Unlike we did. I think that's pretty key to the situation. You actually recognize which hero you're playing and start bouncing that strong shell, which obviously was the key to victory there. Not only like going for that play, but also holding on to it for the exact right number of turns. Like you could have accused it of being a little bit greedy to hold on to the 2-3 for the 2 extra turns that he did. But you know, results-wise, they paid out. He manages to get those extra stats over the course of a couple of turns, and then just for that last fight, he throws it away and just sets up with the most powerful minion that he could replace it with, and the sake of the Foe Reaper. So I think very, very cleanly played game overall there for XQN.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the standings here. You can see that there are some clear favorites here. Habugabu and RDU didn't have the best of performances, but they've been absolutely dominant so far. And as long as they don't make a massive throw and AlexisDiesel and Oliech make a massive hulking play, it looks like they've locked in the top spots. It is a little bit not close in that everyone's kind of a bracket away, where it's 10 points to 8 points to another 10 points, where each team needs a huge performance to take a position above their opponents.
Yeah, it's still very possible though to close that gap one place up above you, because obviously you can have a 13-point lobby, right, if you do an RDU and Habugabu and take down the first and second together in a lobby, so it can still be done, but you can see only one lobby left to play for, so it does look like the rubber is about to meet the road here, and Habugabu and RDU really don't need to do much to secure this first place. But even with that said, I don't want them to start playing safe. I want them to keep doing what they've been doing throughout the tournament so far, because it's clearly working, right? Like, why change up the strategy at this point just when suddenly all you need is a safe performance?
I actually like them playing safe here. I actually just think, okay, we just need to get, like, someone needs to get fourth. That's it. That's all we need to do to guarantee a victory here. Let's just not kill ourselves and get 7th and 8th together. So I actually would love to see them just not go for anything crazy, not go for the hulking, I need a genie or I lose game plan. Just roll normally, just level normally, just have a nice game plan, just get a 5th, get a 6th, doesn't matter, we still win.
Okay, different question though, Collins. You said that's what you'd like to see them do. Do you think that's what they are going to do? Okay, right.
I don't think they're going to do that, but if they wanted to guarantee a win, I think that's what they should do. I don't think they're going to do that, though.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. And still, obviously, outside of first place, so much on the line. Obviously, the prize pool breaks down for second, third, and fourth. So every place is still important for these players to fight for up until this point. So do you think there's any chance? Obviously, we saw a big performance there for XQN. Do you think there's any chance to see him getting the yellow team climbing back up and not finishing in fourth place here on Sunday?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult, because you've kind of see how good all of these teams are and how dominant they can be. So even if they can do really well, it's really tough for both of them to just both do really well and good enough while the other team that you need to beat does really poorly, right? So it's not just like you have to do well and then you're golden. It's you have to do well and then the team that is right above you has to do extremely poorly. So it's two sets of RNG that are not in your favor, right? Because if you were already doing well, you'd already be at the top and you wouldn't care, right? But if you were, and then the people that weren't doing as well, right? They have to do well, and then the people that are exactly ahead of them, right? So if RDU and Habugabu don't do well, that doesn't matter, because only the black team can catch up to them. So if Habugabu and RDU do well and the other teams don't, you need the exact team to do well and then the exact team not to do well for it to matter. So it's really going to be tough.
Yeah, it is. Certainly, there is still only one lobby to play out. It looks like we do have some momentary delays in getting that lobby started. I do want to commend the players overall, though, for how efficiently they've been able to get through these lobbies. I did expect a lot of, players going to the bathroom, players going to grab a drink, and the lobbies getting delayed. But overall, we've been able to get through things very, very efficiently. But fittingly, to ramp up the drama here, we do have a little bit of a delay going into our final lobby, but I promise you we'll be starting very, very soon. But I'm still very curious about the way that RDU and Habugabu are going to play this out, because if I know RDU, I think he wants to go out on a bang here, and he wants to win as many possible lobbies as he can. Like, if you said you like playing safe, you said that you don't think they're going to go for it. But would there be any value to you? Like, say you were in the winning position in this tournament. Would there be no part of you that wanted to really put your stamp on it and just end on a win and just show complete dominance at the end?
I probably would. I probably would try to just get another win and just be like, yeah, I'm the best, But it's more being a performance that showcasing the best possible play than, oh, this is for the prize pool, this is what I can do to get the highest chance of success. So it's just that you're seeing a lot of streamers here, a lot of people that really want to showcase how good they are and get a lot of congratulations after the tournament. So you can see them trying their best every single game.
And RDU now, final lobby of the day, final lobby of the tournament, hits another high-tier hero with the Nosdormu, a hero that I know personally he is just a pretty big fan of, and why wouldn't you be? Just that free gold every single turn, allowing you that security in the Tier 2 shop, which is my favorite thing about Nosdormu in particular, just being able to re-roll away one of those garbage shops and actually get yourself off to a pretty good start. So RDU, I think, finding himself in good position again.
Yeah, it looks like Budilicious was the one that hit the Janus this game. Maybe they can utilize that to have a massive lead. You've seen a lot of players utilize the Janus really well, and he gets a token start. So really good start for this Janus player here. We'll see what he can make of it.
Yeah, token start plus a 2-4 in the shop, right? Which is the dream scenario, because you can actually now hero power and actually get that 2-4 for free, just like that. Giant board state already now on turn 1 without having to pay the health for the minion.
Yeah, really good start for this Janus player. It looking like everyone else is going to be a little bit scared of this. We do see a Sindragosa in the shop and the Curator, some of the little, weaker tier heroes in my opinion. So we're kind of wanting to see how they play out. It looks like Silvername has been the unluckiest player in terms of hero selections over all the tournaments. Every time I look at his name, he's having a hero and I'm like, it's not that good. So we'll see what he can do today.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think we've seen, 2 Tokis, now a Curator coming out from Silvername. Like, in a world of Nosdormus and Janduses and Maevs and Omus, yeah, those heroes are going to be struggling for sure.
Yeah. So we're still following the Janus. Has a really good setup here. Just has to buy the token and hero power next turn. He can get the triple fairly quickly, even next turn if he wants to. I do think he wants to find a way to get either a 4 or a 5, probably a 5 if this was RDU, but we'll see. He can maybe find a way to get multiple triples on the board.
Yeah, wow, that was potentially huge for the Lich King, but the ordering switch was very clutch there for Budilicious to not be giving the pair over to Habugabu on Refarm and instead just feeding him that garbage token Murloc instead.
Yeah, so it looks like for Silvername, he froze the token trying to get a pair. He might go for the Murloc here just because it's so clean. Probably has to sell the 1/1 pair. Maybe even the Curator, but probably not. I hope he doesn't sell that.
Again, it's just a pretty garbage shot to be facing down on Tavern 2 there. This does give him the option to sell both tokens and pick up a vastly superior minion, right? Which I think is fairly reasonable.
Yeah, so goes for selling the tokens just so that... Is he trying to give the amalgam to Habugabu? That seems like an interesting strategy. We'll see how it pans out.
Yo, feeds it. Okay, fair enough. Habugabu not Silvername's partner, so Silvername clearly felt like that was the weakest potential minion to give to the opponent there. Interesting choice.
I do think that it might be true that is the weakest minion. You are giving just a 1/1. It doesn't have any scaling on it. The other alternatives is giving him the token, the money. That could be really painful. Or giving him the bomb, which is a really powerful early game minion. So it does kind of make sense that even though normally, maybe in other patches, you'd be like, I'm not going to give him my scaling Amalgadon for free. But here it actually kind of makes sense as the early game is pretty impactful.
Yeah, I think anyone who played right from the start, played in the first meta, and I include myself in that, tends to overvalue the 1/1 amalgam just a little bit because we remember original Nightmare amalgam, right? And how key that was in that meta game. So I think just mentally, I do attribute a little bit too much value to the 1/1 amalgam.
Yeah, I actually like it. The longer I look at this board and comparing the other options, right, giving him the token, giving him the bomb, it actually does make a lot of sense to just give him the amalgam here.
Oh, that is a vicious 2/1 Divine Shield from the Maiev there.
Yeah, it's going to
clean up
him.
so much of the board. Oh my goodness. Best Divine Shield world.
Yeah, just a disgusting buff for the Divine Shield to really punish this Rafam here. The Rafam's also going to get the 1/1, just like not a powerful minion either. So he's really not getting everything he needs for the Rafam this game.
And we dip over to XQN's perspective now on that Maiev and see that he actually has a triple saved up already on that Righteous Protector. And he's going to be lining that up very, very nicely. Next turn, he's going to get the triple for free and have that ability that we've seen so many times from Maiev. Hit the button, level up, Tavern 5 minion off the Discover, pick up that Genie, win the game. Easy as that.
Yeah, so he's in a really good spot. the next turn really does determine a lot of what goes on for him, right? If he does get the Genie, he kind of knows what to do. If he does get a Brand or a Light Fang, right, things get a little bit more complicated where how's he going to go from there, right? If he does see a Brand, he does have a Murloc in the shop, probably will lean instead for a Murloc composition. But yeah, the next turn for this Maiev is really going to matter in how everything plays out.
Depending on how much weight these Divine Shields can carry, they could get the buffs here from the Micro Mummies, which would be huge. Because otherwise, I think you'll probably take a pretty clean loss here to a buffed up Yogg on this turn of the game. Yeah, you see how much larger the minions are on the other side, but those Divine Shields can still put in some work.
Yeah, Yogg really spikes during these turns, and it can even spike in a safe way where he can just level up in hero power, all the way up to 5 and just go for the elemental compositions organically that way. But he looks fairly strong, fairly safe, probably won't be worried too much about leveling if he wants to do that.
I think, though, without having access to the stats, that was probably quite close to max damage on that turn from for the Maiev could have taken with the way those trades went down. Both of the captains living, only the Scallywag dying at the end, which of course replaces itself with a token that deals just as much damage. So we'll see if the wait was worth it for XQN, whether he can hit that game-winning 5-drop. I don't think any of those quite fit the bill.
Yeah, you can look at his face. You can see him blinking in disbelief. This is what I have to work with. You know, there's a lot of pain. You can see the pain, even though it doesn't look like there's any pain. I assure you, there's some pain going on right here.
Meanwhile, we're about to see how the other side lives. Never mind, no we're not. We're going to jump over to Chef Nomi on Budilicious here as well, playing the Jandis, having this opportunity to continue bouncing that Tidehunter for repeated value. But this is a very early Nomi for Budilicious. An 8 gold Nomi is right when you want to be hitting it, giving yourself maximum time to be able to scale that up in the future.
So you can see that Budilicious really learned from RDU in this tournament, right? You can see that he got an early 5, utilizing the triples that he got from the token, right? He just got the token on turn 8, even though he had the potential of getting the token, the triple, as early as turn 5, I believe. So he's really understanding that, oh, look, the winner of these lobbies has been getting an early 5 and spiking with Jandis. Maybe I should do the same. So even though he takes so much damage due to that, he's understanding that a lot of the ways that people are winning these lobbies are just getting that early Nomi, getting that early Genie, and then scaling from there.
Yeah, speaking of the winner of the lobby, I'd be interested to check out what RDU is doing, because up until that round, he was sat in first place and was a tavern level ahead of everyone else. He leveled up to 4 1 turn early, so he has this full turn buying tavern 4 minions. And it looks like he is just putting together the beginnings of a Murloc comp that has a nice little Deflecto bot and egg combination with the reset there as well. Pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this a lot. He took the 3-3 instead of the 2-2 because he knows he's not going to keep the 2-2 for long. He probably was considering, oh, is the 2-2 better? But he knows he just wants to get the extra attack on the egg and the Deflecto bot, just so that he can transition safely into a full Murloc composition. You can see a lot of players are picking up Murlocs in the beginning of the matches just because a lot of people are using Elementals as their way to carry these games. So people are finding countermeasures even in the early game to kind of counteract that.
Yeah, so now RDU will be facing off against Budilicious, who we just left, starting to scale up his Nomi. So depending on how many elementals he was able to pick up on that first turn of scaling, we'll see whether or not he can compete with this board, because outside of some big elementals coming out of the shop straight away, he was a lot weaker than what we saw here from RDU.
Okay,
picked up a Cyclone. Okay.
Yeah, he did have the Cyclone. He could have taken the 1-3 Elemental if he wanted to buff the Nomi even more, but ends up taking the Major Domo instead, just hoping that the extra stats on the Cyclone will be enough to carry him in the early game, because all he needs to do is survive a little bit longer and he should be good to go after that.
Big 50-50, and RDU wins it there as well, being able to clean up. But that's a 50-50 won in the end by Budilicious as well, to save a little bit of damage, just leaving the token on the board, which means there is an outside chance that Budilicious can lose one more fight, but it's starting to get to the point of the game where if you lose a fight, you are probably taking more than 11 damage.
Wow, we see a demon, a Wrathweaver demon composition, and he does hit the the what's that called?
Floating Watcher.
Floating Watcher. That's the name of the card that I was talking about as well. So he's got a pretty solid turn here. He can take the Annoyer module and put on the 10-8 as well. So he can really get a massive board this turn if he decides he wants to do it.
Yeah, you also see this was locked at the end of last turn, so all of these minions have picked up that buffed buff, if you want to look at it that way. Deceptively huge minions coming into play here from AlexisDiesel, and I'm wondering what he's taking so long to do here. It
yeah,
seems like
right. That's what I was considering, right? Is he fighting his teammate would be the immediate thing that I was looking for, but other than that, he really has a clean play. He could buy 4 minions, even the Zerus, and sell 2, and be really, really good. He's gonna level.
Yeah,
okay.
And you are exactly correct. He is playing his teammate this round.
Okay.
Oliech on the Yogg is his teammate, so he is going to try and
the level as well.
Just scale back his power a little bit, because I
that
expect
makes so much sense.
He is much stronger than most other people in this lobby right now.
I think he also is playing Sindragosa with almost the perfect Sindragosa role. Everything is useful for him here, so he's really gonna get a huge advantage here. And next turn, you'll really see this guy get extremely strong. Surprising to see from a demon composition. You don't see these too often, too much. Everyone's favoring elementals instead, but he looks very, very strong at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You can see how much stronger he is than everyone else. Like, even improving his board by a factor of absolutely 0 that turn and actually reducing his number of minions, he still won the fight by some distance. But Habugabu, step 1, is out in 8th place. That is what the rest of the lobby needs to see, although RDU is still looking in a decent position to be able to pick up enough points to be able to secure this win.
Yeah, what you need to see is RDU going down, and then AlexisDiesel and Oliech taking up the mantle to go for the victor here. So that's really the only plan of action they have to actually take the victory. But we'll see if they can make it work.
I don't think they're in bad shape to do that, because AlexisDiesel is playing against RDU right now, and RDU only has 15 health currently. And that is a huge board that is being made this turn with the potential to deal a ton of damage to RDU. RDU does have Murlocs though, so he might have picked up additional poisonous minions since the last time we saw him, but he is probably going to need them. Nope.
Yeah, this is a real close game plan. If they can knock RDU out in 7th place as well, what a massive opportunity AlexisDiesel and Oliech would have to actually snipe the top spots. Can you imagine them getting second after we've been talking about them the whole tournament, and they just get outplayed at the end? That would be so amazing to watch.
Collins, this is so huge. This is the biggest individual fight that we have seen all weekend, and look how big these minions are from the Sindragosa. There is multiple Divine Shields that can potentially land on that poisonous minion, but RDU needs them all to go there. Olvar is probably the second best pick at this point. This is actually looking fairly close the way it's breaking down. He gets the good attack on the poison.
Oh man, the suspense. I'm wondering if he has enough. Oh, that's really good for RDU.
Yep.
And bad for everyone else in the game. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to take RDU out in one shot here. So the opportunity had to maybe get that victor out of nowhere is closed out. And look at all the defeats. He really needed RDU to go down here. I think this almost solidifies their victory here. You can see RDU smiling. He understands that that was the most important battle of this round, and really he's kind of solidified the victory for his team now.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right, Collins, because 5th place now for RDU with everyone else that died that turn means that he picks up 3 points, which means I believe at best the black team can tie with RDU and Habugabu, and if they tie, they lose on tiebreakers, because the tiebreaker is number of wins, and we both know that RDU has that absolutely covered. So I think just that one fight victory now for RDU will have secured the win for the red team.
Yeah, massive outcome for him, and massive plays from their team, taking out the winning every round, being consistent, going for the safe play, you know, and then getting that 5th spot if he loses next round. So nice to see. Nice to see.
Huge pirate board from XQN here. We saw him honestly looking pretty resigned to taking the Captain Hogger when they when the 5-drop Discover whiffed, but he's made the best of it. You know, he's made lemonade out of the lemons, and he's actually pushed a lot of stats here with those salty looters.
Yeah, they gave him a Hogger, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna use this. This will be my direction.
Yo,
I wouldn't have done it.
Golden Soul Juggler, double Imprisoner, double Void Lord from Silvername on the Curator here. Very unconventional Curator build, just leveraging essentially only the Demon tag on that Amalgam. It looks like he should have more than enough shots to take out all of these pirates.
Yeah, very impressive to see. Looks like we're having a lot of unconventional compositions in the end game. Maybe people are realizing that it's too greedy to just try to force that elemental comp when other people are just killing you extremely quickly and just making the best of the hits that they started with.
Oh, the Eliza is dodging so hard though. All 3 pirates alive on 1 health. Are you kidding me? Okay. Didn't end up mattering, but the way those shots went, I do think had the potential to save XQN a lot of damage there, but not save him enough. He is going to go down here to Silvername on the Curator with that Demons build, and we are down to our final top 4 of the day, Collins.
Yeah, it's looking real close. Everyone's has a composition that we haven't really been seeing in the previous lobbies, right? There doesn't seem to be any elementals in this game. Maybe Genie got removed for the last match. They're like, try something else. You know, Bob is screaming to the players here, and they're having to make it work with the other minion types in the game.
So what this means now for the state of the leaderboards is forget about RDU pretty much. Like, he might win this lobby, but it actually doesn't matter at this point. The red team, RDU and Habugabu, will finish first at this point, I believe. However, the 3 other remaining players, Silvername and guDDummit, who are a team, are currently in 3rd place. Before this lobby, 8 points behind AlexisDiesel and Oliech. And so AlexisDiesel is now the solo player for his team. So that actually makes things very tight, because the team in 3rd currently have 2 players alive, whereas the team in 2nd only have that 1 representative. So the battle for 2nd could actually come all the way down to the wire here.
Yeah, it's looking like Silvername and guDDummit have to Hulk out here to take out AlexisDiesel as early as possible. And then the advantages that they could make might be enough to allow them to win the lobby or win the 2nd place spot.
This is now RDU again on the Nozdormu facing off against guDDummit. guDDummit does have that giant buffed up Battlemaster, but there is that 1 Divine Shield poisonous minion to be worried about. But that is a great proc on the Divine Shield coming out from that Amalgadon, and there goes the poisonous minion, which means from here that Battlemaster is going to be able to carry, and I think this is the end of RDU's tournament. But what an insane performance it has been, Collins.
Yeah, very impressive to see him and his team doing extremely well, just showcasing how to play this patch. I think is what he showcased for all of us to see. You know, if you really want to win, just get some genies and go for elementals. Seems to work.
Wait, did his Nat Peggle just feed him a salty loser? Like, is it just teamwork coming in there between the pirates?
Yeah, seems like it. It seems to work out for him. Let's see how Silvername has done against AlexisDiesel. AlexisDiesel still being alive and winning the round. Barely. He does have that Wrathweaver floating water composition, and it seems to be doing extremely well, keeping him alive even against his full juggler composition.
I think that is extremely bad news for Silvername and guDDummit, though. The fact that RDU died and AlexisDiesel did not, I think that means they're in a lot of trouble here as to what the overall standings are going to end up as. Silvername, in the meantime, really hasn't improved his board since the last time we saw him. This is just kind of where he's at this point.
Another issue is that they're fighting each other, so they have a chance of accidentally killing themselves. So that's also a really bad outcome. Hopefully they can keep themselves alive and then take out AlexisDiesel in the following round. I don't know if that's going to be enough, because even if you get 1st and 2nd, that's 13, and then 3rd will be 5 points, I believe. So that's an 8 point difference, isn't it?
Yeah, so if AlexisDiesel picks up 5 minimum, that means that Black is at 60 total, which I don't think is attainable for Silvername and guDDummit at this point. But this is all largely speculation at this point.
Yeah.
Let's just focus on what Silvername has done here, which is thrown his juggler out first in an attempt to tie this fight against his partner here in guDDummit.
Yeah, we'll see how good it is. He might actually lose horribly, if I'm being honest, because he does this. So we'll see what happens. But yeah. Look at Silvername. He realizes that, oh, I may have just threw. I'm actually so weak. So yeah, kind of unfortunate positioning for him there. Didn't understand how weak he was in comparison to his teammates, but might just get completely a one shot here. Unfortunate to see, but that looks to be the case here.
What a play from Silvername. We've praised so many people for their outstanding communication to be able to get the job done and tie these clutch scenarios. That was about the worst that we've seen so far, because Silvername has just resigned himself to so much damage there, and he is just going to get one shot out of the game for 29 damage, which means I'm fairly confident now that is over, and AlexisDiesel is going to lock down second place for himself and his team.
Yeah, you can see guDDummit laughing. They were probably talking like, oh, I'm a little strong. I have a juggler composition. Maybe I'll put my juggler in front. And it's like, yeah, go do that. Sure, be safe. I just need to not kill you. Ha, ha, ha. And then guDDummit's like, oh, wait. Heck away. Oh, man. Just gets absolutely blown out by guDDummit's composition here. So we'll see if he can take on AlexisDiesel's Wrathweaver flooding composition as well.
Yeah, and it's a really nice way to end the tournament as well, after we've seen so many giant elemental comps, so many Murloc comps being successful. Both of these builds from both players, honestly, kind of scuffed here, right? Like, not really the thing that you would expect to be super dominant, but still able to put things together in this final lobby.
He does have two Amalgadons, and I do think no matter what composition you're running, that is OP composition. So I honestly think it's fine.
In my defense, Collins, I did start that sentence before he had a second Amalgadon on his board.
That is true. That is definitely true.
Yeah, this is a huge push now for guDDummit, actually turning this into a pretty serious comp. Yeah, I don't want to be goldening those double amalgams, both with Divine Shield and Poison.
It could have even been worse, because he might have taken. If he took it, he might have not had the time to play it, and then he'd just be without the Amalgadons at all, and would completely lose.
That is very true indeed. And now this 1/1 Poison marches straight into a Divine Shield for 0 value. That is the worst case scenario as well. The poisonous minions completely
I actually think AlexisDiesel has it though. I do think those demons are way too big for the Battlemaster here. 60 attack, 50 attack. That thing only has 15, so it's not going to be good enough to salvage this composition. It looks like AlexisDiesel will guarantee the second place spot, I think, with this performance as well. So good on that team as well to do so well and get that victory for their team.
Yeah, and switching to winners POV, this takes basically all the guesswork and all the scuff mathematics that we were trying to put together to rest, because AlexisDiesel has just done what he needed to do and won the lobby, which I'm pretty sure now is going to secure second place for himself and Oliech. So a great performance from the two of those, but a really, really good final lobby as well. We talked about would RDU and Habugabu play it safe? Clearly they didn't, because one of them went out in 8th place, although some of the free minions that came from the refarm were definitely suboptimal, and I know firsthand that can be a really miserable feeling when you don't get those nice pulls off the free minion. But RDU doing what he's done all tournament and just putting in a good performance to secure the win for his team. What a great performance from their team.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. We can take a look at the final standings here. All the yes works have been done by our team here, and you can see that it was a close battle between first and second, actually, right? Even though RDU and Habugabu have been leading the charge for most of the tournament, right? The second team, Oliech and AlexisDiesel, was just 5 points behind. That's one lobby behind them. So they actually did extremely well. Very, very consistent for Oliech and Diesel to even though they weren't getting as many firsts as RDU and Habugabu did, they were getting lots of seconds, lots of thirds to make sure that they're competitive all throughout.
Yeah, really, really consistent performance from AlexisDiesel and Oliech. But commiserations as well to Budilicious and XQN. But remember, of course, they didn't finish last here. Like, they qualified through to Sunday in the first place, so they're already in the top half of the tournament. And XQN in particular had to grind through the shark-infested waters of the Battlegrounds ladder to even qualify for this tournament. So they've absolutely proved that they are big players as well, with XQN picking up a first place and a second place on top of that as well. So, Collins, I think it's been an incredible day. I want to give one final congratulations to the red team and to RDU in particular, who has put in an absolutely astonishing performance. But do you have any final thoughts before we wrap it up for the day?
I want to say that you should go out and congratulate all the players today. They all performed well. They all tried their hardest, even though some didn't do as well as some of the others, right? They're all great players. You can see everyone was trying their best. Everyone was struggling. Everyone was trying to adapt to this meta that we had in the tournament, and they all did their best. Some days are just not your days. You know, there are some days where I play a couple Battlegrounds games, I get 8th or some 7th afterwards, and I'm just like, this isn't going to be my day for Battlegrounds. And sometimes it happens during tournaments, but it doesn't mean that the next day won't be any better. And they all tried their best despite what Bob was doing on the side.
I think that's very, very nicely put indeed. And one other big thank you to throw out in particular to you, Collins, of course, for joining us and offering us your expert insight. I personally feel like I learned a lot just from sitting next to you and listening to your wise words. So thank you very much for joining us. Have you had a good time with your casting debut?
Yeah, I loved being here. It was really fun to just cast and talk about the games in a technical matter. I don't really do that as much normally, so it's nice to just be able to sit down, watch the games, analyze each and every play, and see why are they doing this, why are they doing that. There was sometimes it's hard to see exactly what the players are thinking in their head, but I think I got a good grasp of, okay, they're doing this because of that, they're doing this because of that, and I hope everyone who was watching also enjoyed the analysis.
I'm sure they did. And one final word before we sign off. I know Battlegrounds is hype, but if you guys are interested in Constructed as well, on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel next weekend, we're going to be running Masters Tour Madrid, which is our season-ending Masters Tour that's going to decide who is going to get promoted to join us in Grand Masters, the absolute top tier of Constructed Hearthstone. So you do not want to miss that. Make sure you join us next weekend on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in to the Hearthstone Battlegrounds EMEA Cup. Congratulations once again to RDU and Habugabu. Hope all of you guys have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever it is in your time zone. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you soon.